recording. Now recording. Now recording. Now recording. Now recording.
Hello, we did it. Hello,
we've done
everyone. We made it. It's time. It's happening. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the third annual Roll Plus Bond charity stream. If this is your first time tuning in to one of these, Roll Plus Bond is. It's a really amazing community of storytellers playing tabletop RPGs and making jokes about bees. And about once a year, we stream up to 72 straight hours of games to raise money for important causes. And this year, we are donating to the incredible Black and Pink, which is a grassroots prison abolition organization committed to abolishing the criminal punishment system, organizing, supporting, and advocating for people living with HIV/AIDS and LGBTQIA two-spirit plus people affected by the criminal system, whether formerly, currently, or facing incarceration, providing, amongst other things, transitional housing, connecting correspondents in and out of prison, and court support for defendants. They started in 2005, and now they have a network of 11 volunteer-led chapters and more than 20,000 members across the US. Abolition has been like a real buzzword over the past couple of years, and I think we owe so much of that to the resurgences of the Black Lives Matter movement a couple summers back, who have really helped push conversations around police and prison abolition into mainstream awareness. And the response of I'm saying liberal here in a very in very quotes. Liberal governments, in response to these conversations, has actually been to hugely increase funding to the police. In the city I live, for instance, there's been an increase of $3 million to fight climate change activists. Not to fight climate change, just to punish the people trying to resist climate change.
Right.
We've seen the Mounties here spend over $21 million brutally policing the Wet'suwet'en land defenders, who are fighting for sovereignty to be recognized and protecting us all from a fucking environmentally disastrous pipeline. And what the other day at their State of the Union, it was like $350 billion or something that Biden announced for local governments to hire more police. And this is kind of why we have to keep pushing these conversations and resisting that spending. I'm just going to harp on about prisons real quick as well. In SoCo Canada, Indigenous people account for less than 5% of the total population, but make up 32% of the federal prison population, with Indigenous women accounting for 48% of the population in women's prisons. U.S. prison population accounts for a quarter of all prisoners in the world, despite only 5% of the global population living in the States, with 40% of those prisoners being black, despite black people making up around 13% of the U.S. population. Police and prisons do not exist to help offenders or keep populations safe. They force vulnerable people who are predominantly people of color, making desperate decisions to survive capitalism, into more dangerous situations and further into poverty. They make disgusting profits for private companies whilst upholding white supremacy at every turn. They are sites of modern-day slavery, forcing prisoners into dangerous labor conditions with little to no pay, but prevent those same prisoners from getting work as, e.g. firefighters, upon release from jail, after being forced into life-threatening firefighting work during their sentences. There really is no reforming fundamentally authoritarian institutions. Abolition is our only way forward. We can't help starving people by punishing them for stealing food, but we do it by feeding them in the first place. We can't punish people living with addiction for using drugs. We have to ensure safe supply and medical and social support for people when they do want to stop using. The most despicable and violent people are not ones behind bars, but the people in uniforms murdering people on the street with no consequences, torturing and assaulting people fighting for a better tomorrow, and being given badges granting immunity for doing so. So please consider donating to Black and Pink and other abolitionist groups. Get involved in your communities. Resist brutality and skewed budgeting by politicians at home. Community organizing and mutual aid are our strongest weapons in the face of imperial violence. We keep each other safe by showing up, learning vital techniques like de-arresting, street medicine, getting involved in correspondence with currently incarcerated people, doing home fire activism of writing letters, making phone calls, feeding people, giving what we can, working every day towards a world where all of us are cared for and supported, rather than just punished for trying to survive in a system that wants us dead. So you can donate with us today at donate.rollplusbond.com. The link is in the chat. And if you'd like to learn more about prison abolition, a really great accessible resource to get started is Angela Davis's 2003 book, Are Prison Obsolete?, which you can find in full online. And that's my spiel over, and we can jump into the game now. My name's Hugh. I use they, them pronouns. You can find me out and about on the internet at Adjacent Statham. And I'm so lucky today to be joined by, alphabetically, if you want to introduce yourselves, give pronouns, internet handles if you want. We have Kai.
Hi, I'm Kai at Alpha39 on Twitter and all that stuff. You can use she and her for me.
Margaret.
Hi. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Oh,
Hi, I'm Margaret. I use she, her pronouns, and if you're looking for me on the internet, don't, you know? You can find me at Roll Plus Bond in our server playing games. How about that?
Hell yeah. And Mitchell.
Oh, hello, that's me. G'day. Hi. I've been here all along. My name's Mitchell. I use he, him pronouns. Last year, I would have said that if you want to find me on the internet, don't. But I've started streaming this year, so you can find me on Twitch at twitch.tv/dry_gold.
Nice.
You'll have to forgive me for mostly streaming D&D stuff. But I want
Unacceptable.
to fix
I'm kicking you right now.
I want to fix that. I want to work on it. But I need help. not to be put in prison for it.
There you go. Look at that. Many thanks also to Lofty, who is our gracious stream host for the game, Remus, who is running doing chat moderation, and also shout outs to Cole, Adam, Chris, Adela, Devin, Kai, Zero, Alice, Cameron, everyone else at Roll Plus Bond for making such an amazing community. Also, thank you to Marigold for the amazing poster this year, and everyone who's working their butts off behind the stream doing organizing, chat mods, tech, graphic design, and everything else for the stream. Everyone is incredible, and thank you for letting us play games and doing all the hard work. So for the next,
I'm doing it both.
Yeah. All right, show off. Okay, fine. For the next 4 or so hours, we're going to be playing Fall of Magic by Ross Cowman, which is a game you can buy over at heartofthedeernicorn.com, or potentially you can win a digital copy of it in the raffle that will be part of this stream. I don't have the details of that right now, but is it?
I can tell you.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Sure. At the end of the stream, we'll take all of the donations who have checked the get me in on the raffle button, and then just kind of do randomized drawings for one of 25 prizes, I think. We got a lot of games, some of them video games. One of them is a physical copy of Grasping Nettles, which will be played later on the stream. So there's a lot of good, most of it digital, so don't worry about shipping.
Nice. So there you go. You could be winning all kinds of treats. Rather than playing the base game of the Story of the Magus today, we're going to be premiering a shorter song for Full of Magic, written by myself and the extremely talented Atlas Selman, called The Song of Heirs, or Oops, All Heirs, which is about bickering royalty, squabbling, and vying for the crown of Stormguard. You can find the rules for this song, as well as all of Alice's other amazing work, at koboldtime.itch.io. This song is pretty explicitly a satire about power struggles of the assholes at the top of the pyramid, and I think we can all agree that death to nobility, oligarch, CEO, lobbyists, two-party system, capitalists who grow rich off our blood and labor. Let's bring back the guillotine. Just saying. So let's go over the rules.
just a little one as a treat.
Just as a treat. Yeah. The proletariat can have a little guillotine. So we're not going to go over the full rules of Full of Magic, but I do want to read a couple of parts. If you have the PDF up of those rules, on page 3, on the right-hand side is a section that starts with About Story Games, and we're just going to read down all of those. So I think they're really good, and I just think they're good rules for all games. Are people comfortable reading these out loud?
Oh yes, sure.
Nice.
Yes, I'm working
on
on making it visible on my screen. So,
okay.
Yeah, I can't go first.
Okay.
I was looking at page 3 of the PDF and being a bit confused, but yes.
I now see the heading. All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're going.
I can kick us off. So, about story games. Before we begin, there are some things we should all understand. Pass this book around and read each of these out loud. Afterward, make space to see if there's anything the group would like to clarify or discuss.
It's like a conversation. A good game session should give you that feeling of excitement and connection like a good conversation. And all of those same rules apply about being a good conversationalist. And all the same rules about being a good conversationalist apply. Listen. Ask questions. Bear witness to the things that inspire your fellow players and let us know what inspires you.
Small. When it is time to make something up, think small and don't plan too far ahead. Let the story be a wondrous beast we chase, but never capture. Ask questions with no clear answers, raise conflicts with no ready solution. By letting go, the story we find together will be more profound than anything you might have planned alone.
Social fantasy. Full of Magic is social because play centers around characters, relationships, and exploration of culture. It is fantasy because things are possible that are not possible in our daily lives. This world will come to life if we treat the characters like they were alive. Make them diverse, nuanced, and sometimes contradictory. Use this space to reimagine and explore without the restrictions and stereotypes around race, class, and gender that we experience outside of the game.
And finally, safety first. Lastly, your emotional safety is more important than any game. So if something comes up in the story or at the table that makes you feel uncomfortable or is ruining your fun, let us know. We can change that detail, fade to black, or take a break if needed. Likewise, check in with your fellow players before introducing an element to the story that you know might be difficult or triggering.
Amazing. And then, actually, on that same PDF, if you scroll down to page 5, at the bottom right, Margaret, do you see the good ideas section?
Oh, yes.
Do you want to read those out
yeah.
as well?
There we go. All right. Start with a physical description of the place.
Use touch, smell, or taste in your description. Yummy.
Ask lots of questions. What does the rose garden look like? Or what is going on at the bridge right now?
Leave plenty of space for quieter players to speak.
Speak in character.
Ask someone to play a part of your scene, like a fisherman, the wind, or a flock of birds.
Describe a brief moment in detail.
When you revisit a scene and show what has changed. Yeah, that's a
sentence. Yeah, the word "and" does not need to be there, but
yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Skip ahead to the part that interests you.
Go back to something interesting we skipped.
Ask and for ideas.
Oh, amazing. But my favorite is on this same page up above that, is where it says Ella Mura walks her horse. Is just
she walks her horse. I love the way Ella Mura walks her horse.
That's my favorite
beautiful. It's
perfect. And then we can jump over from there to the Song of the Heirs PDF. This is going to be the version of the game we're playing. So we have a little rhyme to get us going. All the songs from Songs in the Axe and Fiddle, which is the expansion that Russ put out that we played on stream last year, have these cool little songs at the start of them. So we try to make one ourselves. Stormguard's heirs gather and conspire. Who will rise to power is unknown. Impress your subject siblings and your sire. Prove yourself the rightful heir and claim the throne. So we're going to start by choosing some names. Do we want to do people just want to pick out a name, or do we want to read all these names out, or what do we want to do?
Oh God. This is where you this is where you take the initiative and go, of all these names, I'm going to pick, or you just start reading them out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you just you just throw us all into the deep end by already having decided what you were going to do here in this moment, and then watch us all learn to swim. You know?
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Okay, well, I can jump in because I think I'm pretty sure that I want to be Kravina.
Amazing.
See, I read that as Krevina.
You would. Sorry, that's a character.
Amazing.
First of all, I'm going to make a bold pronunciation choice here, and I'd say that I'm very partial to Vinther.
Vinther, nice.
Vinther, that's very good.
Mm-hmm.
I think I would like to play Beryld, and yes, that is with 2 R's.
Beryld with 2 R's.
It is with 2 R's, and I really wish you wouldn't ask.
I think I'm gonna go Jibber K.
That is the one that you said before we started.
It really, but also
You like it when you may have to make sure you say it out loud beforehand.
Yeah, it's really. I was also looking at Krevina.
Oh, sorry. Who knows it?
But with a harder, like a Krevina.
I'm so sorry. My internet freaked out for a second, so I did miss that entire last 10-15 seconds. So I don't know what name we've chosen, but
continue to say Krevina wrong.
Krevina.
I might just keep switching it.
Yes, perfect.
Oh, it's different every time, of course. Oh, wait, no. It's you correct somebody. No matter what the other person says, you fix it. Yes, that's what it is.
That's a power move.
You nailed what I was going to do.
Oh no! Sorry, spoilers.
Oh, amazing. All right, and then we all assume the title Heir of Stormguard. So we will all be playing the Heirs of Stormguard. And now everyone can pick a trait from the atonal list. So these are less than desirable characteristics that your character has, and everyone gets one of these to start.
See, looking at this list, I feel like, is it just me, or is everybody going to pick holier than thou?
I also had the same thought, and so I am looking at the non-holier than thou.
That's funny, because that was not even on my radar, but I did wonder what would happen if everyone or many people went for youngest.
Incredible. Identical quadruplets.
Oh, I hate that.
But you still can't have a youngest, or there still must be a youngest.
What if it was what if it was identical quadruplets, but it was a cesarean?
Oh, synchronized doctors.
Synchronized doctors.
That's my favorite sport at the Olympics.
Wait, no, it's better. Synchronized cesarean.
Synchronized cesareans.
Synchronized Aryans. I'm going scheming then.
There's not pig-headed here, which is what I wanted.
You just put it. If you want it, take it.
I'm gonna be pig-headed.
Hell yeah.
I think Vinther is the youngest. That's a
good call.
I'll go with Has no one gone with holier than thou? That's very funny. Then I think I will.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
If no one else is doing it. Perfect. Can I get a reminder one more time? Vinther is the youngest.
Yes. Barreled with 2 R's is pig-headed.
Pig-headed, though.
Jiruke is scheming. And Krevina is holier than thou.
Krevina.
Perfect. Okay. I've just realized this crown section should have come first here. So we need to look at these tokens on the Fall of Magic game and choose the coolest one. And that's going to be the crown that someone will get at the end of the game.
Is it the sword?
I mean, the sword's pretty cool.
It might be.
It's not the candle, because candles are for nerds.
But the burned out candle is metal as hell.
No, it isn't. It's just a nerd who wasn't ready for it to be dark.
Yes, it is barreled.
I'm obstinate. You can't change my mind about this.
I don't have to change your mind because I'm right and I'm going to be the ruler. I think my vote is for bird.
Bird. Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say foxes. So.
I'm of 2 minds about this. I think I'm going to go with Kai here and go with bird.
Okay, I can go bird. I like the bird's rays of sunshine behind it. I feel like
That's
Yeah.
what I was just gonna say. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very,
It-
it's the most storm related. I feel like a
Mhm.
bird.
nice. Okay.
Well, I mean, the rays are very similar to the crown that I'm going to be wearing at the end of all this, so.
That's so beautiful. It's so cute that you think like that.
Well, my crown's going to be a real bird. Nobody else has done it before.
I think you should take that as evidence of why you shouldn't also.
Of course, you would think that.
Okay, so now we're going to go in a circle and assign another player one of the remaining tokens and also a trait from the tonal list, which are the more desirable traits.
We pick these for the other characters, is that right?
Yes, yeah, we're going to pick these for the other characters.
Oh, in a circle, I see. Hey, now, this is the bit where we needed to do a bit of work beforehand to figure out where we are geographically in the world and draw a circle between us all.
I
So we
see.
can go around in a circle.
Mm-hmm.
I am east of you.
Of who?
West of you. The previous speaker, Mitchell.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm the most south.
I'm in the Pacific Northwest.
Okay.
I too am in the Pacific Northwest. Let me
Look at
tell
that.
you. Mm.
Okay. Then that's kind of a geographical representation, honestly. I will go for the most. I don't know which of you is the most coastal, but I'll go for Margaret. Vinther. I think Vinther should get the river,
Okay.
right? Assign a token,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and then only tonal, right? Not one of each.
Yes, yeah, you just pick one of the nice ones.
Vinther. Okay, I don't actually know what Acumenius is.
It means keen.
Having
And I know
acumen?
and
Okay.
I know that because I just Googled it.
Okay. Thank you.
Characterized by acumen.
Yeah, that is exactly the Merriam-Webster definition that popped
Yeah.
up on my Google screen.
You could also take it to mean acuminate.
I won't. Thank you.
Thank you, Harold.
I think Vinther is the youngest, but also very polite.
So
I can take polite.
you were supposed to ask
Oh.
what acuminate meant because acuminate means tapering to a slender point.
The conical heir to the throne.
The conical heir to the
Old
Stormguard
triangle
throne.
head, one might say.
That crown's got to look very funny on their noggin.
Okay, so Vintha, do you want to assign a token and trait to either Barrowed or Jabberkay?
I was ready to assign one to Barreled, so let's go Barreled.
perfect.
Well, candles are for nerds and they're also for you. So, you know.
Good.
Somebody
But
stole
look,
my
I have
job.
to. And you are the favorite. Barreled is the favorite.
Perfect.
Oh, I'm the favorite. Oh, that's me. Oh, nice. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Of
Congratulations.
Of course I'm the
Hope it
favorite.
doesn't go to your head.
I've always been the favorite. I'm a
As long as
nerd.
I've been
Oh,
alive.
that's nice. I get to be a nerd.
The only person who said candles are for nerds is you. So
Yeah.
it's not mandatory.
Candles are for nerds, and I should know as a nerd. Thank you very much.
Okay, so Beryl, you're gonna do for me for Gibrike.
Ah, yes, of course. I forgot how this game works. Yes. So you need you need a token. You need a token. Yes, of course. And you're scheming, aren't you?
I like to plan.
Yes, of course. I would love to make you the diplomatic one. Put that scheming to good use for once.
That's beautiful. Thank you.
I think that's what we're going to go with. Yes. And I think your token is going to be the river. Because you are a river to your people.
I think River's been
I already
claimed.
got the river.
Sorry.
Oh, somebody already has the river?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Damn
There's
it.
the river. If I remember
There's the
correctly, that's
river.
right, Kai? Pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm trying to take notes, but I'm not doing a very good job of it. I
Need
think
more candles?
Is the fox still available?
Yes.
I think you are this fox, and these two little foxes represent your schemes. Your little fox baby schemes. Your scheme baby foxes.
Scheme babies.
Scheme foxes.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And then for Krivina, you are visionary. I think that's what we all are told to respect about you, is that you just have you have an eye on the future. And I just think that's really powerful.
I do.
With that in mind, I'm gonna give you this tree waiting to come into bloom, because you plan for the summer months in the winter. You know, like.
This sounds like your diplomacy, Gibrike.
Thank you. Yes.
Lie.
Well, yes. I like us to be on good terms. You know, we aren't going to fix anything if we're all arguing all the time. Okay, perfect. So everyone has a token. Everyone has traits, and we are going to start down on the ice rail. Perfect. I have a scene just raring to go if we need an opener.
Can we get a summary of everybody and their names and their traits and their stuff?
Yes, absolutely. Good call. Okay.
Because I'm going to need it for my own purposes.
Okay.
I'm bad at taking notes.
Krivina is holier than thou.
Yep, she's also visionary.
Vinther is the youngest, and they're also the most polite.
Beryl is the coin token, and they are the favorite, and they're also rather pig-headed. It's what my parents always liked the most about me. It's how piggish my head was.
And Gibrike is scheming but diplomatic. Sorry, Krivina also she/her pronouns.
Yep.
Vintha was they them.
Yeah.
Beryl is he/him.
He/him. Perfect. Gibrike is also going to be they them.
Thank you for humoring me in this.
I know it takes you a little longer than everyone else, Beryl, but you get there in the end. And where
I
it
do.
counts.
I always do.
Mhm.
Eventually.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. Yes, unless anyone else would like to go first, I feel like I'm good to go right away.
Go for it.
Hell yeah. Vintha, would you like to join me in the dining cart for an honest conversation?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, it's so wonderful. If you just want to grab any of the seats. I know. Is this your first time on the train?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I haven't traveled a lot, unlike you guys, yeah.
Sometimes a lack of experience is actually a lack of experience. I'm just gonna flag down a server. Hello. If someone wants to be a server, I'd love to just get you over here to order.
Oh, yes. What was it that you needed, sir?
I will take. Are you still doing the choo-choo truffle train?
No, that was discontinued after all of the.
Okay, well, I want the choo-choo truffle train. So if you could just rustle one of those up for us, that'd be great. Actually,
Well, would dairy free suffice?
I
I
would.
mean, I'm lactose intolerant, so I think actually dairy free would be really great.
Do you know
such
what
a
a
shame,
truffle
'cause
is, good man?
That's really such a shame because we don't have any of the dairy free left. I'm afraid.
It's a mushroom.
Shh! Don't sing it too loudly.
I just feel like when I was last aboard, the caliber of not only the service but the food was stronger, and
The food is stronger, yes.
I will talk to my father about this.
Please, yes.
I was just gonna say I think that it's really fine. I mean, you told me about the truffle train. It really didn't seem like it would suit me. So maybe you could just get me.
No. We can do it. Just yes. Just not
Oh,
too
no. Really, really,
We don't.
it's
We really no. It's fine. Yes, of course we can do that. Just we don't have very many left.
Okay,
And
well, that's
they're not
fine. You might have noticed that we're kind of important. So if you just want to prioritize, I'm sure it would. I'm sure we could impress to the right people that you were very helpful to us.
Oh yes, I would appreciate that. Yes.
Did
Yes.
I get
No.
your name? I think I missed your name. I'm so sorry.
You did.
Winter,
Yes, you
it
did
doesn't
miss my
matter.
name.
It doesn't matter. Just
It
after
does
if
matter.
you can just bring the dishes back.
Two dairy free truffle
At the
trains.
choo-choo truffle train.
To the choo-choo.
Thank you.
Choo truffle trains. Yes.
Just two chews.
Two
6 truffles, 2 chews.
Two choo. Yes. Two choo truffle trains with two choo-choos. Yes.
I think Jibrike just turns away from this server and starts talking to Vintha as if this person is absolutely not here.
Yes.
Vintha, I just want to say, I think it's really brave of you to do this. Because I know the other two are always saying like, oh, Vintha is so young, so stupid, doesn't have the necessary skills to rule, kind of smells really bad, incompetent.
I don't know about that. I mean, I
well, that's what
shower
they
pretty
say.
regularly,
But I think it's brave to to try something that you're in over your head in. I think it's powerful. It really inspires one.
Of course. And I mean, I just thought that I mean, it's mostly just that I wanted to, watch you guys as you ascend, and I mean, I don't really hold a lot of hope for myself, but
That's good. You
I
should.
thought I might as well give it a shot. I mean,
Uh-huh.
I was given the same tutors as you and all of that, so
Well, just when
mean-
they were much older and didn't know as much, they had forgotten a lot by then.
well, we're not. I mean, well, I mean, Gerald was still pretty good, so I'm really good at sums, but that's pretty much.
Maybe a job in accounting or something.
Chief treasurer. But you never know.
I mean, I do, but you don't.
I mean, well, one of us has to do it, so.
Right. Yes. I mean, like I said, I just want to congratulate you for this.
Well, thank you. I mean, it's not, of course, that trip that you made to, Oh no, I've got to come up with a place name real fast. I didn't think of this.
Just pick one of the ones we aren't using. Roseroot Hall.
Yeah, of course it wasn't your trip to Roseroot or anything, but I thought that I want to do something eventful at least.
And I think like a little there's like a little ding ding as a little train, a little tiny remote controlled train kind of shoots up the side of the window, and on it are two rectangular plates containing a selection of wonderful mushrooms.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I pass one over to Vintha. Take one for myself. But Jabrike doesn't eat, just watches Vintha eat.
Yeah.
That's not ominous at all.
Oh. I think that's the scene.
Yep. No, that's good.
Oh no. Does anybody else have an idea for a scene? Because I have a bad one.
Perfect.
Wow, that's amazing. I do not. So go for the bad one.
Okay. I feel like I want to just pick up with this same scene, except Beryl like just bursts into it through the train car door and like pushes Winther's probably the youngest and probably the smallest of the bunch, so just like scoots Vinther along the is it booth seating, do you reckon?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, just like scoots Vinther along the booth seating as they like sit down next to them, and oh good, you've got the choo-choo truffles. They told me that they were out. Oh, and just like starts it. I cannot believe that they would not let me inspect the engine. I wanted to go inspect the engine and make sure that it was up to scratch and up to snuff, and the engineers were doing a proper job, and they would not let me in. They wouldn't let me in at all.
Did you mention who you were?
Of course I did. Of course I did. And the 2 R's. I just can't believe what on earth must these people be doing? If they do not have the time or the safety in place to allow people to inspect the engine. I don't know what keeps these people going.
The engine
Well, I
does.
imagine. Yeah, the engine, probably.
You would have learned that if you'd gone in. That's probably the thing
I
you missed out on
know,
that.
and I wasn't allowed in. It's just appalling. Oh.
Do you need one of us to come with you and smooth things over, or?
You are so good at smoothing things over, aren't you, Jeb? I would really appreciate if you could do that for me. I don't.
Now I do have an
don't,
idea.
I do not. I do not know how you keep it up, young. I do not know how you keep it up at all. How is it that you manage to put up with all of these little people?
I'm just a people person, you know.
Well, yes, we're all made of people. I didn't mean that.
Looks over to Vinther. In a like, the 2 of us are not like barreled kind of look passes over
I mean,
to Vintha.
I didn't want to interrupt, but Vinther has been pulling some faces, looking out the sort of like car window to the train, sort of tapping their finger on the plate, and kind of just nods. I mean, yeah, I mean we're all made of people. That's true, Barrels.
Of course it's true. What else would he be made of?
I mean,
Not
that's
like
a good
any of-
question. I mean, some people say you are what you eat. So I guess for me it would be these mushrooms. Truffles.
That would make us all cannibals if we're all made of people, though. That's absurd.
Yeah, I guess there aren't any cannibals really anymore.
No. Nor should there be. Awful stuff.
I mean, I can
That's
get.
true. Absolutely
I,
opposite.
I know we were just talking here when I say this, obviously, but I could get you human flesh if you.
What?
What? No, I'm just. Let me go talk to the engine people. And then Jabrike just gets up and heads off down to speak to someone, grease some palms.
These are rather good, aren't they, Vintha?
Yeah, I like them quite a bit.
They told me there weren't any left.
Gotta know how to talk to people.
I was very loud.
You know, I mean,
How do you-
between you and me, you're really the one that I want to see at the end. So I'll say this, you know, talking loud. Maybe you should just talk louder. You know what I mean? I mean, you're pretty loud, but sometimes louder is the best.
And just deep inhale, and then just just
A bit louder, I think, actually.
It's like a big slap on the back. Vince has just put a big slap on the back, and a little bit of the truffle comes out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Thank you, Vintha. You always knew just what to say.
Yep, that's me. Big smile. Nervous tapping still on the plate.
I think we're good. Unless you wanted anything more out of that scene, Vintha.
No, that was exactly what I needed out of that scene. I heard Kai say that they.
Yeah,
she
Kai had an
a-
idea.
Yeah.
I did have an idea. But I have to be reminded, what does it mean when the text is blue? Like a train station, or say the engine.
I also wondered that and could not find it in the document. So if
I
somebody
don't.
knows.
Yeah, I don't believe it means anything. That is different on this version than it is in because this is like the newer version, and those are the only two texts that are. So I think it's just because of their proximity to the sea that
Maybe it's an oops. Okay. Because I knew that there's a difference, like with a Court of Swords, for example, it has a dice situation, but I couldn't think why these might be a different color. No, but I do think I would like to do a scene in the engine. Maybe if what's her name? Maybe if Jebrike wants to come in midway, but I think I will need an engineer to talk to.
Oh, I can be an engineer.
Okay,
Excellent.
great. Get ready to be steamrolled, I guess.
It is a train.
It is a train.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think I don't know, this is a fancy fantasy type place. There might be some people standing ceremonially by the doors. not ceremonially. They're keeping people out, but Kravina just like swans past. Like if they try to do something, she just like waves her hand and is like, no. The doors like slide open and she goes into, pretty noisy, loud room and like claps her hands like,
Yeah.
Train one.
I'm sorry,
Oh,
what?
it's you. The train. What is your position? Grub monkey?
Oh,
No,
no.
that's not right.
I'm sorry. You guys are cutting out right now. I don't know what's going on with my Wi-Fi. Anyone who's got technical difficulties on their bingo card, please press X now. Okay, I think we're good.
How is it now? Okay.
All right, there we go. All right.
Yeah, she's just waving her hands, like doing some like clap clap snap, like snap snap, for the train boss.
Train boss. Yeah, I mean the train boss. I think there's somebody shoveling coal into a furnace, I think. And the train boss is sort of like sitting back and crossing their arms, and he's watching him and goes, yeah, can I help you?
She looks the sitting one like up and down. He goes, "Ugh, for your sake, I hope so. How soon will we be? Sorry, I have forgotten. Where are we headed?
To Astalia.
Are we going to Astalia?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I see the track on the map now. When will we be there?
I mean, probably another day or two.
Are we stopping in between? No. Let's aim for tomorrow, noon, and I want it to be an entrance.
Would your entrance involve the engines blowing up?
Oh, could you?
Well, if you want us to get there by noon tomorrow, it might happen before we reach there. Let me tell you.
Oh, that sounds spectacular. No, what I was thinking was, I want us preceded by like a fragrance. What's the most truffles? Just they look like the coal. Mix them on in, shovel them in, and we could. What a sight we would make! I would make. And if the train blows up in the background, even better.
You want me to put truffles in my engine?
It will make the smoke smell better, won't it?
Have you ever burned a mushroom before?
Of course.
My dear, I have never been in a kitchen before.
I think
Listen,
he just
I'm
sort of
here
like...
to give you.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you say the reaction first.
Okay. He sort of stands up, sort of rubs his eyebrow. He's got a cap on, lifts the cap up, runs his fingers through his hair, puts the cap back down. I think we've got some choo-choo truffle something or rather. I can go to the kitchen, but I'm gonna need those kitchen people. They're not very accommodating always, unless you've got a little bit of rubs his fingers together with a sort of like money symbol.
This engineer,
I think
situation.
This engineer
I
is
think it's
working
very
with
possible-
the kitchen to run a con.
I think it's very possible that this engineer is shorter or is taller than Kravina, but she like looks down her nose at him and is like, "Don't be crass. I'll send someone down later. Maybe my my little sibling is the one with the head for numbers, I think. Anyway, don't speak to me like that again. That's disgusting. Someone will get you your ugh. And she just kind of like turns, and maybe that's when she bumps into Jebriquet, or we don't have to.
Engineer throws their hands up. Putting some truffles in the engine, boys.
I don't know why that's so funny to me.
The best thing would be if there was like dynalingo, like train engineer dynalingo for putting different stuff in the engine.
Oh my god. All right, I guess I'm the next person to do a scene. See, I would like to throw. I'm gonna sit in the passenger car. And if somebody would like to play the landscape broadly, if anyone is interested in describing the landscape, or I can do it.
Tree, fence, tree.
It's that one Chemical Brothers video where they
Yeah.
where it like makes the visual score.
Yep. Sorry. Yes, I'll be sensible.
Yeah, no. I think that we see Vinther at a table. They're sort of alone. They've got a sketchbook out in front of them, and they're kind of making a very crude sketch of all of the trees as they go by. And they
draws a line and then smears it across the page.
It's like lots of
I think it's a very like impressionistic. Like it's definitely
lots of charcoal smudging.
Yeah, lots of charcoal smudging. Their like fingers are getting a little dirty, and this is sort of like quiet moment where they're smudging charcoal and watching the trees.
Yeah, it's just like a huge, ominous, like snow-covered taiga forest, right?
Yeah.
All of the conifers just like look like they're covered in powdered sugar.
Mm-hmm.
Just endless, huge pine trees.
I think you get sort of as they like keep like I think almost like charcoal starts like I think they do a big swipe for one of the like forest bits, and some of it gets on the table and they kind of stop and grab a little towel and try and like sweep it up, and it just like smudges even more over the top of the table. And they knock the book down with their elbow, and as you look through and as you like see the book fall, you like if we were watching like if we had I'm really just trying to get bingo for myself at this point.
Cheater.
Yeah, damn.
The camera goes in on each of these pages. They sort of like ripple open, and you watch. And like they've drawn a lot of things, but it's never anything outside of the castle before. But you see like drawings of their room, of their father, of their siblings. And they're not like particularly good necessarily. They're mostly done in sort of like smudgy charcoal, and they're very like rough. But as we like flip through, we see like that they've never really had anything to draw outside of the castle before.
Oh no!
And clap, the book falls on the ground, and unless we've got something really exciting in the landscape, I think that's what the moment I wanted to hit.
Oh, it's a bear. It's a bear the size of an elephant. There's like a clearing. A clearing opens up in the trees, and you see a bear that's like shoulder height, half as tall as the trees, just like bending one down and letting it go to like flip back up for its own amusement. There you go. There's your last interesting thing that you see in your landscape.
You just hear, Beryl! Beryl, you have to look at this!
Beryl gets there and it's gone. Yes, the trees are very lovely, aren't they?
No, you didn't. There was a bear, Beryl. There was a bear.
There are many bears in these woods.
No. It was like big. It was so big. If this, and you see, they like kind of like hold up, they like stand up, and if I were a tree, the bear was like here, and like they put their their hand at like their nose. It was really big.
I'm sure it was, Vinther. Bear is only spelled with one R, you know.
That's true. Only one R.
Only one R, you know, yes. Did you draw it in your little book? And I think that's it. Unless you had any more.
No, that's good. I think we just get the big sigh.
Perfect. Okay, so it's 10 p.m. Do we want to take a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go grab myself a snack real quick.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna take 5 minutes off the stream real quick just to refresh, and then we will be right back. Bear with us.
With one R.
With one R. Perfect. Hello, we are back. Real quick, I'm gonna do a quick rundown to say thank you to everyone who has donated so far. Are we reading names this year?
I think it's up to you. Do you want
Okay. I mean, we can. I like to shout people out. I appreciate when people do the generous thing. It's very cool. It's cool when we all chip in and take care of each other. So thank you to Darren and Wyatt and Atlas and Benny, Lost Larkin, Adam. I already said Adam again. Cole.
There are many Adams.
Many Adams.
Could
One
be
that
a
says
Could be a different.
it's me, comma, let's. So maybe Mario is also here. I'm not sure. Thank you, Mario. Okay, so I feel like we're probably at a good place to move on to the next location. And before we do that, we are going to do a chorus, which is a thing from the Songs for the Axe and Fiddle. So before moving to the next location, each player will ask a question from the list below to another player. Each player should ask and answer one. You should consider answers given and information gained as available to your characters, but not necessarily something characters have talked about directly. And then there's a big list of questions here we can ask each other.
One quick question for me about the chorus. So when you say we know it, like if say you ask a question to Barreled, would then I assume that Vinther knows that, or is it just between you two that
I think it's fun for you to assume that Vinther knows it.
Alright, cool.
I think it's just that way these are more than just like flavor and start being like little threads you can pull on. I think I have a question for Kravina.
Krevina, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Kravina, what expectation placed upon you can you not live up to?
I think I cannot live up to the like the sort of, I think maybe part of that holier than thou and visionary thing goes alongside a little bit of like a ice queen kind of image or stereotype, and she definitely can't live up to that expectation, either the sort of regal side of it or the detached side of it.
Interesting. Just need to find something for you to care about.
I think I found a good one.
Okay.
I think I'm going to ask the scheming diplomat, what secrets do you hold that could cause a scandal?
Let me just get out my little black book real quick. Secrets on who? Do you want one of ours? Do you want one of the parents?
Oh, yeah, it's just like a laundry list, right?
Oh yeah, are you kidding?
You got dirt on everyone.
You want to know some shit about the Magus?
Yes, actually, yes. Yeah. Hey, Jebrique, tell me about the Magus. What secrets about the Magus do you hold that could cause a scandal?
I mean, they're a fucking fraud, is what I know, straight up. Basically a parlor magician. Real Wizard of Oz vibes. And when they've been going around telling everyone that magic is dying, they're basically trying to elicit sympathy and make their role more important. The problem is they have the authority as kingmaker, and so if anyone finds out that they're a fraud, it's going to really reflect on all of us that our power is being given by said fraud.
Yeah. We've been propping up this fraud this whole time as like the most important person ever.
Well, that's how it works. We've got to support each other. That's solidarity.
That's great. Awesome. Thank you for that.
I've got a question. Do we have to spread out the questions, or can I ask a question to someone who's already been asked a question of?
I think it's best to do one each per round.
It says each player should ask one and answer one.
Perfect.
Okay, there we go. Then, Harold, why do you hate me?
Oh, this is Vinther asking this as well.
Yeah, Vinther, why do you hate me?
Oh man. Oh yeah. It's jealousy, right? It's obviously jealousy because you're the youngest. You don't have the pressure on you of the expectation of taking the throne of Stormguard. So you have a life free to do what you want with without having to worry about all of this like expectation and pressure, right? So you're free to do your little drawings and learn your little numbers and whatever the hell else you actually want to pursue. And it's just like it eats me up inside that can't be me. You know? And I'm like, oh god, I want to just ruin your little life over it. You know? It's like if I can't have that, they shouldn't be allowed to have that either. You know? Oh, I just want to ruin this little I'm the nerd somehow. How? Yeah, okay.
Sometimes it hurts to be the favorite, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the expectation is on my shoulders.
Those pig shoulders to support your pig head.
To support my pig head. You gotta have real strong shoulders. Have you seen how big pig heads are?
They're pretty big.
Yeah. Just in general, pigs are pretty big.
Pigs are way bigger. When I learned how big a pig was, man.
Yeah.
I was like not prepared for how big pigs were.
Pigs are great. You just got to move them so they don't stink so much. Don't leave your pigs in one spot too long.
And also abolish them, you know?
No. Not those. Yeah, that.
Different
Hashtag not all pigs.
Oh, God.
Just the animal ones are fine.
Okay, I have my question for it's gotta be Vinther.
That's what my t-shirt says. It's gotta be Vinther.
Okay. I think it again takes place in the dining car, and it doesn't have to be a scene, obviously. In fact, it shouldn't. But what it is again like Krevina does kind of like just a sweep into the booth and like pushes some chocolate truffles, not other truffles, across the table, and is like, Vinther, what would it take to get your support?
Is it the honest answer, or is it the answer they would give if they were actually asked?
I think it's gotta be the honest answer because consider answers given and information gained as available to your characters, but not necessarily something talked about directly.
Yeah, it's like
So-
Yeah.
insight.
Well, then I know what it is. Vinther, Carmina would have to stop being such a massive bitch. I don't know
I
what else
think
to say.
when her spies bring her this, like she flips a table. A bitch. Like, cool.
Perfect. Okay, so we can jump on ahead to Estalia now.
Mm.
Let me just I'm moving the crown. I gotta get hands on that real quick. I like to be the one who does that. Just there.
I think it'd be better right here, though.
Oh, okay. Well, what I respect is that you think that, you know. All right. Does anyone want to take first scene here? Oh, also, this little leaf symbol here on the Marketplace of Magic, strange price. The leaf symbol means you can change something about yourself. So you could change like your name. You could change a title, where you're from, one of your adjectives.
Oh no!
That one's so tempting. It's so tempting.
I'm gonna change my title from Heir of Stormguard to
To king. Fuck,
Game
game's
over.
broken, damn it.
Oh my god. Okay, I have an idea, and I would like to go first.
Please.
Yeah.
You'd better not be about to change your title.
My brother, you know I am. Okay, this one is me. Okay. So I think it's more of a slight narration based on something from before. Yeah, so the train makes it into the station, and it's like, you know, it's. I think it's not. Oh yes, of course, redolent. But I think the engineer did that thing that's like a Star Trek engineer thing of like, we're gonna need 3 hours, and they're like, you've got 10 minutes, and they're like, okay, fine, we got it. And so like the train was never like in danger of exploding, but I think what Karvina is going to do in this marketplace of magic is buy a little incendiary device and the services of someone shady to
Yes. Now we're playing the
to-
game.
to blow up the train as it sits in the as it sits in the station. But she's also going to like she's got it like very carefully timed. And so what it breaks down to is that like I think maybe there's some kind of like welcome feast happening maybe like in that dining car or some kind of suitable place. And she just like stands up and she's like sniffs the air a little bit and she's like, everyone out, and like everyone is safe. And then like she doesn't do a wink and a nod, but like at the appropriate moment there's like and she becomes known as the hero of Stormguard.
Yes. Good.
Yeah,
Saved
okay.
all those lives. That's so beautiful.
So many lives could have been lost. Even those little grubby what are they called? The train boss and his ilk.
The grease
Grub monkeys. Gross. Let's stick with grub. Okay.
Amazing. I think I have a scene following on from that.
Mhm.
I'm gonna go to the Starfall Academy. Starfall Academy, as you probably all know, is the premier train engineer school. All across the lands, people travel to Estalia
Oh, no.
to take up the mantles of the engineers who came before them. And I'm feeling inspired to go and talk today to just some of those students about the tragedy that has befallen. I can't believe someone would attack the ice rail. You know, I was on that train just hours ago. And so I'm just like you, you know? An attack against a train is attack against all of us.
Yeah.
We're the same, you and I. Yeah, it inspires me to meet people like you who are passionate about transportation and logistics and moving things from A to B and people from B to C. I'm here to shake hands, thoughts and prayers, obviously, to everyone affected by this attack. We can't couch the language of this, an attack on our infrastructure, on our people, on each other. But I think together, if we can come together, if engineers and conductors and the ticket booth, I know the ticket booth program here is doing wonders, starting to see magnetic strips on the back of stuff. Just you guys, incredible. If we can come together and just fix this, I am willing to, at great personal expense to myself, buy up the ice rail, privatize, if you will, the ice rail, and ensure that the necessary funds are there for people to have great transportation. And that is how we fix what is broken in this country. Who is with me? And the Starfall Academy erupts into applause as Jabrike begins making plans to become the owner of the once nationalized ice rail, now a incorporated business.
Oh, good. Excellent.
Sorry, did you have an idea, Margaret?
I did have an idea that I think would play very well post that scene, but we don't have to if you've got something.
What have you got?
I'm headed to the Gilded District to talk about how we buy a train.
Hey, Margaret, I like the way you think, because that's the way that I was thinking. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Listen, if Vinther and Beryl want to go figure out
no,
buy a train together.
There's two that you can play off here, right?
Mm-hmm.
It depends on what order you go in, of what you cannot afford and the hospitality of the Gilded one. Right? The order that you do those two in is very important.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I was just going straight to what you cannot afford. I've been designated numbers.
You do that, because I've got a very short one to go after that.
Okay, all right. Yeah. Gilded District. Vinther is kind of walking around. I mean, these beautiful, tall. I mean, I think when it says Gilded District, it is quite literal. There is literal gold on the sides of these buildings. Don't ask how one of the softest metals is holding up as a facade. They fix it a lot. Great place to be a jeweler here in the Gilded District in Estalia.
Yeah, it creates
Thank you. Keeps the economy healthy.
Exactly, great place.
And sometimes people get crushed when the gold walls fall down, but
but that just opens up more jobs.
That just opens. Thank you.
Exactly. And they walk in to the Royal Bank. The same one. It's the one that it's the Stormhold Bank that has a branch in Estalia. We're going into a bank. Does anyone have a banker? Anyone's got a banker off the top of their head?
I can do a banker. I'd be happy to.
All right, yeah. Hi. Hello.
Oh my gosh. Of course, Winther, Stormguard. I didn't know we would see you here today. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I want to talk about the state of my trust.
Oh.
I've been looking, in the light of the recent attacks. I'd like to make a new train. I'd like to build a new train, one that is even more explosion proof than the ice rail. Like it to be a competitor of sorts to the I'm looking for anyways. So I just wanted to take a look at how my trust has been doing my investments
What?
and whatnot.
Would you come with me? I like to take the select clients to a nice office where you don't have to be out with the polloi out here.
That would be really great. Thank you.
And this banker very nervously takes you back into like a little booth.
Mm-hmm. Peppermint's excellent. And starts pops a peppermint in their mouth.
Winther, as you know, as the youngest, the last in line and the youngest, you're it's not the healthiest trust I've ever seen.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I know I didn't get as much, but I was just thinking. I know I've been. I mean, what? What about taking out a line of credit?
Well, of course, we could not refuse the Stormguard name.
What? I mean, I don't want to be crass, but could we talk numbers here? Oh no! I should not have said numbers. I've got to figure out how much the train costs. Give me one moment.
Hang on, I'm just going to Google how much is train money real quick. That'll
I mean, the
answer
other
it.
option is just kind of abstract it and say,
well,
you've heard
of walking around money, and that's something. So train money is going to be big money.
I've got an answer for you. It's about $15 million per 6-carriage train. There you go.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
See, I've got
Australian,
is
Canadian, US.
I've got the cost of
no million.
Ah. So my favorite thing is the rule of thumb for new track construction is between 1 million to 2 million per mile from the ACW Railway Company Railroads 101 rail siding costs.
See, my website's just by a man named Daniel Bowden, so you probably know.
Listen, Daniel Bowden can be the world's foremost expert on train cost, the foremost train economist, and to be quite frank, I wouldn't know.
Neither would I.
Yeah.
Winther, I just think this is a little out of your budget right now, even with a generous credit, and of course, we would give you a favorable interest rate, but nonetheless,
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it was just an errant thought.
No, and I appreciate. I think it's very good to aspire.
Mm-hmm. What about a gondola?
Now a gondola brings out a second ledger.
I think we can cut there.
Okay.
Oh man, that's great. The just the like quick little, it's barely even a scene, it's a shot, right? Is here at Nazard Station, which I think is like an old defunct station that has been turned into a museum. And it's Beryl's just spending the afternoon at the train museum, looking at all the trains in the train museum. And he's got his little pamphlet, and he's like reading out the pamphlet, running his finger under each line as he reads it out aloud, very loudly to himself. And then he gets to like the end of the train museum, and it's, oh, huh, that's very interesting. It says here that, and it's the train that we came here on, and it's in perfect condition. Like nothing ever happened to it. That's quite unexpected. And that's it.
Nice.
Schemes upon schemes.
It's all schemes. Schemes all the way down.
Don't know whose schemes they are. Don't know what they're trying to achieve.
Couldn't be the Magus. No magic on that guy.
No, not even a magic on that magic guy.
He does a good card trick though, where all the queens come up at the end. It's great.
And then he pulls one out from behind your ear.
Okay. Do people have other scenes of Estalia they would like to do?
Do I need another gondola scene? How hard am I going to commit to this?
You just take a boat and you put a big balloon on the top. It's the wharf.
Oh, wait. Sorry, I did think of something, because I don't know that the price I paid was that strange. So I feel like there has to be something that kind of sticks, and I don't know if it's that, like, there's forever, like, a faint odor of truffles.
Oh, great.
Like, with Krevina, or like if it's like a Lady Macbeth thing where she's like always got like soot under her fingernails or something.
Out damn train.
Yeah.
With the out damn train, with the broom, trying to move it along.
But yeah, I think the price has got to be strange. So I don't know. I kind of like the fingernail one better than the truffle smell.
Nice. Yeah.
You just got a little bit. You just got a little bit of gelignite under your fingernails. Is that what's under there?
I don't know what it looks like, but probably. No, that seems like a very bad idea. Too explosive.
Too exclusive.
I do have a quick gondola scene if we want to just real quick. And we do see I've got where are the Crab Cove, what comes ashore? And what comes ashore is a boat carrying gondola supplies. Wires.
Lots and lots of canvas.
Lots of canvas, tons of canvas. And we see Vinther talking to sort of the lead on the project, someone. I wasn't gonna zoom in too quickly, but I just wanted, the gondola is under construction. We see Vinther sort of duck under, in like the various physical comedy of a construction site.
Yeah. Yep. Like ducking under stuff as you walk through it, wearing a hard hat, making your like politician show up at a place of industry.
Look at some blueprints and then point out at stuff.
Exactly. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes,
There's like a photo. It's like a photo shoot being done, and you see sort of Vinther, shoulders back, looking very excited about this gondola, discussing how, if it doesn't have an engine, it can't blow up. Very clear. I mean,
it's perfectly safe.
It's perfectly safe. And it's perfectly safe. And that's there we go.
That's the headline. It's the photo. It's the photo of you with the blueprints, and it says it's perfectly safe.
It's perfectly safe. That's how you know that it's perfectly safe.
Perfect. All right. Are we good to leave Estalia?
I hope so.
All right. It's question time then.
Oh, more of them. Hmm.
Oh.
Grevena, my dear.
Hmm.
Which do you think of our siblings is most poorly suited to taking on the duties and responsibilities required of ruling Stormguard, Castle Stormguard?
To your face, she says,
Oh,
Jebrique,
yep.
but the information that is true that comes out is you.
Damn.
Too pig-headed.
Yep. Okay. See, I thought I was going to avoid being the person picked for that question by asking it myself, and I got played.
It's the candle token all over again. Barreled?
Yes, my boy. Oh,
What,
well, sorry.
what rumor about me did you start?
Oh, did I start?
Hmm.
Oh, well, there was one about the Yes, no, that was very, and then also oof, no, that was, yikes. And the one about that time when you were at in there, and she and he did, and then you and the both of them. Oh, and all of the geese. Ah. Oh, and also the one about you privatizing the train so you can take everybody's money and ruin the train industry and hike up the costs and put all of the other train owners out of business, and that one as well. Yes, I did start that one.
I mean, a rumor is usually something that's not true, so.
But people weren't talking about it before, and I thought that was a bit of an oversight.
He also did the fun thing of adding all these motivations.
Yes. And providing examples of when you've done that in the past to other industry. Several times now. I'm not quite sure how you managed to keep pulling it off so blatantly, really. It's quite clever the way that you do that, and yes. You really think people would realize and understand that privatizing businesses and services is a bad idea, but it
and yet all history tells us evidence to the contrary.
And yet, here we are.
And yet.
There we go. Well, I'm done now.
I have a question for Jebrique.
Mm-hmm.
Who in the kingdom has your ear?
Before we answer this, I think
are we gonna end up with you? Yeah, I was gonna asking yourself. Yeah, I was just gonna say. I think.
Oh, good point. I didn't want to double.
Poor little Vinter alone talking to themselves again. Oh no.
I didn't want to double ask Vinter, but I that was my initial thought, was a question for them again. So I'll do that instead. And ignore what I just asked. How will you be corrupted by power?
This is a good one.
That is meaty.
I think, and I've been thinking about this because I feel like I've been playing Vinther a little too sympathetic. But I think that Vinther, more than anything, wants, and they would never say this, but I think that obviously you could kind of figure it out. Like, they want to be seen as better than their siblings, and they feel like they're constantly being overshadowed. And so if they are given power, I think that they will constantly be trying to prove how much better they are than anyone else. And I think that whenever you get someone in a place of leadership whose whole goal is just to prove that they are better, you get a lot of waste. I think you get, they're like, well, I'm going to be better for the people. But they don't really know anything about the people, right? They think of them like, they're like, oh, well, I'm nice to waiters, so I'll be a better ruler. And in the end, their sort of attempts to be nice will prevent them from actually listening.
Lots of white elephant
what
projects.
People want, if that makes sense. I feel like I just said like a bunch of things at once, but like, I think they want to prove it so much that they won't actually ever listen to anybody and just go what they think is best because they want to prove that their ideas are best. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like it's the gondola thing, right? It's like, no, my idea that a gondola is better than a train is right.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
And listen, I will pay as much money as necessary to build this gondola. Do we need this gondola? Great question. But I'm right.
Yes.
All right. So, my question is now to Jeb. Oh, Jebrique. My apologies. I just realized that puts us a little close to our politician.
I did also write Jeb in my notes and then had to write Jebrique underneath it so I didn't forget.
Yeah, Jebrique. What extravagances of yours will deplete the kingdom's treasury?
Ooh, great question.
Wait, what was that question again? I already forgot.
What extravagances of mine will deplete the kingdom's treasury? Yeah, so you know what a Fabergé egg is?
Oh, yes. Oh,
Do you know
I
what
like where this is going.
have you ever heard of a Fabergé hot dog?
No.
No.
Yeah, it's beautiful, and then you put bread around it. It's yeah.
Is it
Well,
like special bread?
No, it's just that the egg shape is very gauche, and I prefer like a tube.
No, baby, don't eat that.
This isn't a real thing, is it?
No, God, no.
Okay, thank God, because I'm like frantically Googling. This sounds amazing.
I'm so curious. Is it something where you have to like, maybe this is where part of the extravagance comes in. Is it surrounded in real bread? Like you have to replace the bread daily?
Yeah.
Okay.
We have the finest bakers brought in daily.
Are you
And
eating
fired
them?
daily. No, oh my God, no.
Okay,
That's
how often do you
disgusting,
replace
Harold.
the bread?
Every day. You have to make bread fresh every day.
Yeah, okay.
That's not the cost. I just want
No.
to be clear, the bread is not what will bankrupt our kingdom. It's the
Certainly won't help.
perfect. It's the perfect cylinders of jewels.
Into the bread.
Into the bread.
It's golden bread.
Right.
Yep.
I just can't help myself. I'm sorry. I know that there are other more important matters, but I just see one and just something in my brain is like, I have to have more.
Okay, I've got so many follow-up questions. Cannot eat my peanut butter. Sorry, my cat is in here and she wants peanut butter, apparently.
Yeah.
And how many Fabergé hot dogs do you have currently?
I mean, how many stars are in the sky?
More than 2.
Thank you, Barreled. More than 2?
Maybe even 7.
I don't think, Barreled, I'm going to be honest, I don't think you need to think about numbers bigger than 7 right now.
Thank God. Otherwise, I'd run out of fingers.
Well, after that tragic accident you had.
Yes.
Yeah.
Learning to read is hard.
Paper cuts, no one will tell you this, but a paper cut, you lose a finger to that.
I thought bookbinding was involved, and it wasn't. Not yet.
Okay, are we good to move on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. So we're gonna have to move to a different part of the scroll now. So if you want to navigate to the little layers menu in the bottom left, and then click on scroll part 2, we will be in a
different place.
Yeah, I'm thinking, given time, the smart thing to do is just jump straight ahead to the Hall of Woods, and we just do the major settlements, I think.
I agree.
Okay, perfect.
Can someone help me flip my coin to the dead bear side?
Got it. Let me just... I just want to be first again to just set that crown perfectly there.
Oh, man.
Please don't interfere. Thank you, everyone. If you could just... Sorry, it was back there. Thank you. Okay, well... Okay. I'm just positioning myself off to the side. I don't think less of all of you.
This wonderful wood grain. Excellent. Okay.
That's nice. That's nice.
I feel like I'm not seeing any coins move. Am I on the wrong?
Yeah, you might be.
Are you on scroll part 2?
Yes.
Oh yeah, your little person has gone dark in the top left of the.
Maybe just refresh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely had to refresh when my internet decided that it wasn't gonna work. So. Really.
Well, I'm also going to do a headphone switch because mine are about to die.
There are way fewer Fabergé eggs in existence than I thought there would be.
How many Fabergé eggs are there?
I don't know, but they're like they're like one at a time.
Oh.
Well, there's only so many Fabergé chickens. That's why.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Gotta be.
This one's got a yolk. I'll stop.
There are only 50 eggs and 7 of them are missing.
God, you'd hate to. You would get nagged a lot by being one of the people who lost one of the Fabergé eggs.
Yeah.
Like, you would never live it down.
God.
No.
You do so much good in this world.
I haven't looked up Fabergé eggs, like the pictures of these before. This is nuts. Sorry.
This is also a great name list as well. Duchess of Marlborough, Noble Ice, Spring Flowers, 12 Panel.
Noble Ice. Like that.
Corellian Birch.
Chariot.
It's so good.
Necessaire.
Red Cross with Triptych.
Memory of Azov.
Yeah, the Fabergé eggs have names. 15th anniversary.
I'm very fond of this Caucasus Fabergé egg. I don't know if we can. Very fond of this.
The
Wow.
one if you're on the Wikipedia page, scroll all the way down to the bottom, and you'll see the one that has the yolk.
There's one with a yolk.
There's one with a yolk. It's 1899 to 1903 Scandinavian by Victor Vekselberg.
You know, it's cute.
That's a
but
Kinder
I'm
egg.
kind of disappointed by it.
Yeah, right. I think
Mhm.
it's I think it's more like a conceptual piece. In contrast, it like redefines the way we think about Fabergé eggs, right? Showing you the internal anatomy of a real egg, like embodied in Fabergé.
Makes you think about where it's really coming from.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
Well, this is also why Fabergé hot dogs are so expensive. Is you have to make a lot of
Fabergé
Fabergé
shake.
offal, and then grind all those back into.
You have to build a Fabergé abattoir to harvest the Fabergé pigs.
God.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
yikes!
Oh no.
Oh wow. I'm fascinated by the spring flower. I like the idea that something could be possibly empathetic. I also really like
possibly inauthentic, you mean?
Yeah, inauthentic, my bad.
Yeah, we don't know if it's not a Fabergé egg or not.
Yeah,
but it's
no
a
way
bit
to know.
sus.
Uh-huh. I also very much enjoy Resurrection. The little thing is possibly the surprise from the
Possibly the
1894 Renaissance
surprise.
egg. And if you zoom in, we do have Jesus. I think that's Jesus. These are Easter, and Easter is about the resurrection of Christ. Mm-hmm. Who did not die for a full 40 days, as I previously thought.
No, that's the
No, did a different thing for 40 days.
That's a different
It's
thing
a different
from the
thing,
Bible.
but it's connected to Easter, so you see how I would.
Easter doesn't go for 40 days.
No, but
But there
Lent
was the
does.
Lent thing before that.
I'm
really
obsessed with his face. Also, I know we're so off topic, but I am obsessed with his yelling Brian Blessed face of this Jesus.
I'm super. Maybe this is like,
Woman's alive.
I'm also trying to figure out why just like one.
Where is this picture? I don't have
Sorry, I'm picturing like.
Let me throw this into the chat.
I'm picturing the Sermon on the Mountain, but performed by Brian Blessed, and it's amazing.
Is that the one that does have all of the blessed are the this, blessed are the that? Because that's his whole.
Damn, that's his whole thing.
Yeah.
thing.
Yep. No, I've got plenty of fish for everybody.
I think this should take you. If you can't, there we go. I've posted. Oh no, that's just all the eggs. Ugh,
That's all of
this
the
is terrible.
eggs,
It's the
yeah.
transparent
No.
one at the end of the Wikipedia.
You've given me the one that has a little carriage inside, and it's a very
that's not what I want.
grody yellow.
Yeah, unfortunately no. But when I tried to copy,
It's okay. What's
it was
the
like
name of the
things are too
screaming
powerful.
man?
There we go.
Yeah, that one.
That one. Whoever's running the reference Twitter right now, my apologies.
Shout out
Who
to
is
Ollie
running?
for like pulling this all up on stream as we go. Also, thank you so much.
Amazing.
Oh, they are excellent.
Incredible work.
It has been
Lofty.
flawless. I just want to say.
Amazing
okay.
work.
Amazing work. Does anyone want to go first? Otherwise, I think I know where we're going.
Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to the thing that we should be doing.
The thing we're doing.
Yeah.
I do not have an idea to go first.
Okay.
I do not either.
Okay.
Oh man, I know what I want to do, but I don't want to go first.
Okay. Then I'm taking us all hunting.
Ah, yes.
And of course, we have to show our prowess as leaders by hunting one of those giant fucking bears we saw, the size of an elephant.
Mm-hmm.
Despite everyone knowing they're incredibly gentle and herbivorous, it is up to us to bring down one of these fearsome predators.
Yeah.
to keep the people of the Mistwoods safe. And we take that upon ourselves.
Mhm.
Quarry has 2 R's as well, you know.
What's everyone's weapon of choice?
What's
Javelin.
a rich person
Javelin,
weapon?
nice.
It's
hang on.
elegant. It's
Hang on.
simple, understated, minimalist.
Mm.
She's like brandishing it.
Oh, I'm sorry. What I missed you, Kai.
Javelin.
Javelin. Oh, excellent.
Well, you don't want to get. I know you prefer to be a
My audio
little
bad.
removed. Best not to get too close. You never know when things
Yeah.
can just explode in your face.
Oh, I know. Have you forgotten? And she like brandishes the javelin kind of out, like in a heroic pose, and is like, the hero of Stormguard. Oh, the people love me. I can't stop them, but it's a little embarrassing how naked their admiration is.
Sorry, give me a second. I think I'm just googling something wildly. If somebody else would like to go, am I the last one to go with weapons for hunting bears?
I don't think so. I think we only have javelin
okay.
so far. I want to see.
Okay.
Really quickly, can I get an audio check? Because I switched to a different device and I want to make sure that it's okay.
Yeah, you sound great.
Sounds great
Okay.
to me. Yeah.
Good.
If you hadn't have told me, I wouldn't have known that you'd switched.
Okay.
Gibrique wields a beautiful pair of punch daggers
For a bear.
for a bear.
Wow.
I'm not afraid to get my hands dirty.
That's not the concern with punch daggers.
Well, you should meet your. It's good to meet your quarry on their terms, and I thought a bear with claws, me with some punch daggers.
Well, that entirely misses the point. It's a bear. You have to fight it with your bare hands and a pack of the finest Corellan bear dogs. Corellan has 2 L's.
What do these dogs look like?
They actually look like very good dogs. They look like very good doggos. I'm gonna type it in the chat for everybody. It's Corellan bear dog.
Corellan or Corellian?
Corellan.
Oh.
Oh, maybe it is Corellian. It is Corellian.
They're
I'm
Finnish.
bad at seeing.
But you know what? I love that Berold thinks that it has 2 L's.
It looks like it has 2 L's. See, one of them's broken, but that's clearly an L.
Oh, these are cute.
He's just got his bare hands for fighting bears and 6 of the finest Corellian bear dogs.
Oh man. Okay, I got into a rabbit hole about Louis Vuitton branded rifles, and I'm back.
Incredible. Good
Word.
choice.
I'm back. But if anyone wants to find the 2016 article from the Daily Mail about dazzled about Louis Vuitton guns and
Hey,
gold.
whoever's running
gold on your AK-47.
Whoever's running the reference Twitter, fuck you.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. But I do think that Vinther probably shoots a bow and arrow, like a compound bow and arrow.
It's got so many compounds.
Sorry, what?
It's got so many compounds.
Oh yeah. The most oh, ow! Sorry, my cat is here with us today. She's grumpy. What was I gonna say? It's just a compound bow and arrow. No, actually, that's too practical for hunting. It's definitely a recurve. It's just like a regular
bow and arrow. It's very ornately carved. It's very clearly never been used outside of like a shooting range before. That's what Vinthir's using.
It's not a Louis Vuitton recurve bow.
I didn't want to bring Louis Vuitton into.
Winther, was that Grandma's bow?
Oh, yes.
You inherited that?
Well, yeah, I was her. I mean, we hung out, so.
But I was her favorite.
She just sort of not, or they just sort of not. I don't know why I've decided to. Okay. Here we go. Here it is. I'll pop that in.
Oh God.
Wow, this is very depressing.
It is really. The worst one is the photo of the golden AK-47 laid out over a bunch of $100 bills.
Oh no! Oh no!
But the guy sabering champagne with a golden saber is also pretty bad.
Bloody hell!
Yeah, I also like the.
The thing that I like about the $100 bills is it's only just enough to make a single layer, you know? And there's like gaps where you can see the table underneath.
Yeah, this is a very, very sad crop. Poorly done.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
C minus.
Oh, I hate this. This is very cursed.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think we're following the 4 of us and these 6 dogs, did you say?
6 dogs. No, 7. 7 dogs.
Okay.
Yes.
Are following this path of you said the bears like to bend the trees and then like release them. So we're following
fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
we're
broken
following
trees.
Yeah, just where they like to flick the snow off and see what happens, and it just amuses them. I think I'm gonna roll first to see the outcome of this scene. It's a 4. Wounded. Oh yes. Who wants to? We are not doing inter-party violence, right? So this is not going to be one of you all that does this to me. This is going to be something Jabrike does to get hurt.
I mean, I've never heard a better example of hoist on your own petard than you're using daggers to get to a bear.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's if you can get under the arm reach. Once you're in the arm reach, this is classic Dark Souls technique. You want to get as close as possible.
Right, you on the top of the head.
Yeah,
because it doesn't only have claw hands; it has teeth mouth.
we were going for like cartoony, silly, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have a sillier idea.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
You're leading the way, obviously, right? Because you've got the daggers, of course, right? And we're following the trail of the bent over trees.
Mm-hmm.
And we get to a tree, and somebody says, "That one looks like it's been bent down very recently." And then you look up, and the bear is holding it, and you are standing on top of it, and the bear lets go, and you just like Team Rocket away.
I was going to say Team Rocket is the verb, right?
Yeah.
Just like, Super Smash. Bling.
Yeah.
We get the shot of all the color just draining out of Jabrike's face.
Yeah.
just so like arms to the side, like resigned to it, and then like this catapult into the sky.
The bear lets go, and it's like a wily coyote pause. Spring. Lofty points out in the chat that you're blasting off again, and yes, off has 2 Fs.
No.
How do the rest of you respond to Jabrike getting fully yeeted out of the forest?
Big hearty belly laughs.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I think Cravino likes to believe that she would have like immediately hurled her javelin and like been very cool, but she's just like hands on her knees and then kind of like hunched even further over and then like just crouching, like bawling with laughter.
I think Vinther's the only one not laughing. And Vinther is just yelling, medic! Do they have a first aid kit in their backpack? Yes. Do they know how to use it? Absolutely not. Or maybe they do know how to use it, but they certainly aren't going to. They're looking for a medic. You know.
Yeah. Do we, so we don't put like the rest of this hunt on screen, like smash cut to Jebrake like cartoonishly mummified in bandages with their like arm in a cast and their leg up on the little hoisty thing, while we're all
the
in
neck
the
brace and the like
the neck brace,
plaster over the nose, like the band-aid over the nose.
Yep.
And like
and like the Beryl and Cravina laughing on either side of the bed. Sorry, beg my pardon.
I think actually what it is it's a chance for this real spin maestro to be like, you know, I'm willing to put myself on the line in a way my siblings are not. You'll notice not one of them came back with a scratch. Because in the face of danger, what did they display? They displayed cowardice.
And good humor.
And yeah, I think it's just another speech to the Grey Rangers here of, once again, it's me, I'm one of you, I'm just like you. I'm so much like you. I understand that you put your lives on the line every day, and I'm prepared to do that in a way that when my siblings who show up armed with automatic rifles, sorry, you don't have a rifle, you have a bow.
I got a bow.
A bow and a javelin and dogs. They'll let other distance do the work for them. They'll let dogs do the work for them. But not me. Also, it is 10 after 11. Do we want to take another break?
I'm all right to keep going, but I won't say no to a break.
I'd like a break.
I
Take
can
a break?
keep going, but yeah, let's take a break.
Okay, we're going to take another sort of 5 to 10 minute break. We can take a little longer because we're halfway through the stream now. So, yeah, we are going to take a short break, and we will be back very shortly. Please stick around, and we will see you on the other side.
Ooh.
Oh, g'day. I didn't see you there.
We've been yotin'. I sort of jokingly wrote this in the chat that I was like, oh, y'all didn't see the big mat Jabrike landed on, but actually I do think that we do get the magic users floating the flying Jabrike down. Totally fine. Applying the makeup, we get the cast put on that was pre-prepared. Shows back up to the Hall of Rage just like moments later in full wounded, injured makeup, but actually this incredible stunt. The bear was trained. We were ready. People were ready.
So good.
What a trash.
I was about to say poor Matt that you landed on, but poor guy.
He used to have 2 T's, now just one. Squished one of the T's right out of him.
Oh no! Tea spilt everywhere.
Actually, I mean, it's funny. When you landed on him, it actually squished. So now there's 2 A's and 1 T.
What? Yeah, it's all a scheme. It's all a scheme. Of course I wanted to go hunting. Of course I knew the bear was going to fire the thing. We trained that bear.
You trained the bear.
I mean, we've got a trained bear back at the palace, so.
Exactly.
So
it's a little smaller, but same principles apply.
Yeah, you used the spell to make it look bigger. The tree was held down by a winch.
We get a masked magician reveal. It's like it's all smoke and mirrors, baby. That wasn't even a bear. That was 2 guys in a bear suit.
You know the thing about
application of a mirror, and the objects in mirror are close.
Bigger than they appear.
Yep.
It's a curved mirror. Yeah.
I was about to say you know the conspiracy theory about Avril Lavigne got swapped out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's Avril Lavigne is like 2 different people, and she got swapped out at a certain point or something. I don't know. I've only ever seen jokes about it. But that's the Magus. You swapped the Magus out, and you've got the real Magus, and that's why they do parlor tricks, because you've got the Magus doing your schemes. Okay, sorry.
The Magus wanted the work.
They did.
Yeah.
You don't get paid to be the Magus. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm. Well, excuse you, you get compensated in room and board?
Yeah.
And exposure.
Yeah, you'll suffer a lot of that when you have to walk everywhere through the wilderness.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, God.
All right, who was ready to do the next Call of the Woods? It's not me. I'm not ready.
Do you have one, Margaret?
You were so excited. You seemed like you really locked something in, and I'm still considering rituals.
It's all right. I'll vamp for you. I'll get you some time to think about what you're doing, and yeah. Here we go. Who wants to go for a walk down to the lake with Beryl?
I will heroically hobble along if you need company.
No. It can't be you. You are in that bed, moaning and groaning and asking for more morphine or whatever. You can come along as another person if you would like, but it definitely cannot be you. It definitely cannot be Jabrike. You need to keep up appearances, my friend.
I think Krevina would definitely come along.
Yeah, cool. Incredible! Smell the fresh air! Look at the beautiful clear skies! Oh, don't you just love going for hikes out in the woods? Isn't it lovely, Krevina?
She's looking at her new hiking gloves, because she started wearing gloves all the time. So she's doing that kind of full arm extension, checking it out. It's lovely, really lovely. And she looks up a lot of water.
It is, isn't it? It's not even a sea. It's a lake.
Huh. Never
I
thought about those before.
I really do like it out here. Isn't the lake lovely? And there's fish in it. They're just swimming around in there.
That's where the food comes from, right?
Yes, I mean, I suppose you can probably eat them. I don't think I can see any that we can reach, though.
Oh, no. And she like looks at some of the rangers surrounding, who I'm imagining are pretty stoic, unless somebody wants to be a ranger and talk. But like she looks at one of them quizzically and is like, "You could get them, right? You could do something with those."
Does anybody else have any ideas about what the Rangers is like? Because I have one, but I don't want to like step on anybody's plans for future scenes.
No. Let's. I'm ready. I'm ready to receive your rangers.
I think they're comically old.
Good.
That's why they're called the Grey Rangers. Like, you know the bankers from the end of Mary Poppins? They're all just like hunched and crooked and super wrinkly and like long, straggly grey hair. And very shaky hands. They're keeping up though. They're spry. Oh, I mean, they probably could. I packed lunch though, and lay out a picnic. And I brought lunch, and like Beryl snaps his fingers, and like imagine a picnic basket that's so big that it has to be carried like a palanquin.
Good.
Excellent.
And lays out the picnic rug on the dining table that got brought out to the lake shore, and it's just like in the big chunky pebbly like shore with the waters of the lake like lapping at it, and it's lovely.
Yeah.
It's picturesque. You know, I really do like it out here. Maybe I think yes I think I would like that. When I become the king of Stormguard, I think I'm gonna move the castle down here. Yes.
I don't think that would really work, but you know what could be good for you is, how would you like to be the warden of the woods?
Castle's made of rocks, shore is made of rocks, mountain over there is made of rocks. I think it would fit the decor nicely.
Beryl, it would no longer be Stormguard. If you want to be king of the woods,
you can guard storms. You could guard storms from down here. Surely. Hey, ranger, is there storms in these woods? No, nothing.
Like I think there's like a solemn nod. Oh, sorry. Did you say something, Margaret?
Oh, sorry. Oh, I had a whole good old lady voice and everything.
Do it.
Of course, lots of storms. Mostly windstorms, though. Not a lot of rain around here.
Could you get some?
No.
Or to guard from? No. Maybe there is something in this King of the Woods business. King of the Hall of the Woods. King of Stormguard of the Hall of the Woods. King of the Hall of the Stormguard of the Woods. Hall has 2 L's in it, you know.
Did you notice that Woods has 2? Oh, damn.
oh no, that's so good. Yes. No. Yeah, Hall has 2 L's in it, you know.
And did you notice that Woods has 2 O's?
Does it? It does! Incredible!
This place was made for you, Beryl. Made for you. And she like takes a sip of her wine.
You're right. I'll have to have both.
Fuck.
You can just bring the woods to the, woods to the castle. If you can't bring the castle to the woods, just go the other way.
I reckon we could get some of these trees into pots, surely.
I mean, we're fighting deforestation at that point.
We have never fought deforestation.
We fought deforestation on the side of the
On the
deforestation.
side of the deforestation.
Fighting communism on the side of communism. Yes. Yeah, cool. Okay, I'm done. That's great. Why not both?
Dang, that fits in so. I'm very happy with. So I want to do the hall, but I think I would like to do it last.
Yeah, I can go. I got this. I'm gonna head. Oh boy. I'm gonna head to the Circle of the Ancients. I'm gonna head alone right now, and I'll be brief. I think. What's the most disturbing ritual? I think we see this. First of all, the Circle of the Ancients is a circle of giant, huge trees, even bigger than the ones before. I'm thinking of sort of like you know how there's that big tree in My Neighbor Totoro? Imagine big circle of big trees. Mm-hmm. And in the middle of the trees is this altar. And we sort of zoom in on Vinther kneeling before it and taking pages out of their sketchbook. And as they sort of burn these pages in this ever-going fire, we hear in the background the song of the birds and Vinther just whispering, going, I let go of the things that have been past, and I move on to my future. King of Stormlord, Stormhell, Stormguard. I really know the name of the city I'm from. King of Stormguard. Best of them all. And they're burning up their drawings as a sacrifice.
Aww.
I don't know if that's disturbing so much as a little sad, but oh yes. Oh, sorry.
Can I give it a little bit of a twist to make it more magical?
Yeah. Absolutely.
You're burning. Are you burning the pictures off the pages?
Oh, that's fun.
Yes. Because it's all charcoal drawings too, so we like see it like catch ash into the fire, and it like sparkles up as embers, and you like watch the pictures. They stay together almost for a little bit as they curl up the column of smoke. So we can like watch the dancing, like the butterflies and the flowers and the sort of like half sketches of their siblings and the trees, all of the trees whooshing by. They sort of become like animated, if that just a
yeah. It's like the Take on Me by Aha? Is that one? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the cool black and white video.
It's the one that everybody references when they talk about this exact thing.
They invented rotoscoping for that, I hear.
Oh.
Yeah.
Cool.
Nice. To the hall.
Okay, so for the hall, I think we've got to get everyone there. And I think it's like the day before we're scheduled to leave. It's a big feast. I think it's prepared by the Rangers. That's part of the hospitality that they offer. But Kervina definitely made sure to get her, like, you know, her own spin on it, or like to get some input. But yeah, like as the dinner is not quite drawing to a close, but maybe like there. Oh my God, there's a bird right across from me. As the like, I don't know, maybe the desserts are coming out or something. So getting very close to the end. She like she leans over to where the other three siblings are, and is like, she says, "This place has been revelation, don't you think?" Maybe specifically barreled, but oh no, okay.
Yeah, no, yeah. I didn't see it rotate once.
She turns and immediately addresses the question to Vinter.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've learned a lot of things here. All sorts of stuff, really.
I think it's a place where we should stay, where we should establish a greater presence. Now, Debriquet, are you going to be well enough to travel?
I'm sure I'll soldier on.
You could stay a little longer. You could stay a little longer and recuperate.
I find staying moving forward is the best way to energize one's healing process.
Well, I mean, I was just gonna say, I mean, I bet the people here could really benefit from Stormguard's presence, our strong defenses and that kind of thing. You know.
And she turns to Berold and says, "But our siblings speak sense. And weren't you just saying how much you loved it here? How much you could see yourself here?"
It's really, and I hate to be crass, but it's bloody lovely.
She does like a little frown, and under her breath is like, gross. Yeah.
Crass has two S's, you know.
Are you Kervina, are you thinking we should establish a permanent envoy to the Hall of the Woods?
You could call it that.
I mean, I agree that I think any one of you would be perfect for that role.
But my dear, you are the one who's recovering and always so diplomatic. Establishing a diplomatic post, that's got you written all over it.
Oh, absolutely. I definitely think so. Mm-hmm.
I don't think that we... The Woods is already allies of Stormguard. I don't know that diplomacy is the thing we need here. I think a firm, a strong, determined presence.
Again, I did see how just gloriously happy you were by the lake, Berold, but this is something we can revisit. And like the desserts are almost gone, and she like pours a little. She tops up everyone's wine or whatever. Actually, sorry, she stops it before Vinter's and is like, I don't. Are you old enough for this? I've completely forgotten.
Yeah, I just, I've been,
Okay, she pours a little bit less for Vinter.
Berold definitely reaches across the table and says, "You're not going to finish this, are you, Vinter?" And like takes the bowl before they get to say anything.
At some point, Gibrique like surreptitiously pours their wine also into Berold's bowl.
Amazing.
Beryl, we could put a second V in Envoy.
Not into the cup, into the bowl.
Or whatever you're drinking from. I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
It seemed like you had a larger vessel than everyone else, and I just want to...
Yeah.
I'd love to just have you as suggestible as possible. Would be great.
Yes, of course. A second E, you say?
Mm.
Why? Then it would have 2 E's.
Well, E for Beryl.
Do you reckon we could put a second E in Envoy too?
We could put them anywhere. In fact, you would have the power if you were a permanent fixture here at the Hole of the Woods. You could be putting seconds everywhere.
I could
That's
go for
twice
seconds.
as many. That's twice as many.
I could
If
go
you
for
just
seconds.
cleared away a few trees, it could be the hall off the wood.
Oh.
Doubles in every word, Beryl.
And if you put a second E in the, that's fancy. That's like...
Yes.
That really suggests a class that I think only royalty like yourself could bring to what is otherwise, and no offense to the Rangers here, but it's kind of grubby, dirt paths and that.
Even more grub monkeys everywhere. But I think this is probably a pretty, this sort of ruminating, everybody's sort of changing, or not changing sides, but kind of establishing a position. I think it's a pretty good spot to cut.
The position is everyone suggested Beryl to go and live in the woods.
Pretty much.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, we're all in favor.
Yeah.
Now, here's the problem that I have, is that playing this game properly, I should still want to be the King of Stormguard. My problem is that I, Mitchell, would love to go and live in the woods.
Well, it's also one of those things where, we don't want to just, drop a character right now. So it's more like when we are doing the final deciding, it will just kind of be a factor. Because, you do, no matter what, you have to be there for my coronation kind of thing.
It's a show of support,
Yeah.
Well, I would need to be coronated if I was going to be king of the Hall of the Woods. So, coronated? Is that a word?
I've seen it used.
I think crowned is the verb, isn't it? It's a coronation.
That does make more sense.
Where you crown the king.
But there's only one N in crown.
2 O's in coronated.
There you
2
go.
O's in coronated.
But they're not next to each other, which is unfortunate.
I don't think that matters. I think you just count them up.
I think your standards are slipping, Beryl. But yeah, I think unless anyone has some big changes for it, that's the
nice.
That's the hall.
Perfect. It seems like it's time to leave the woods then.
Yeah.
Kai, do you want to take a question first? So you I mean, you're welcome to ask Wintha every question, but as the person who is not switched up.
Yes. Let me. I gotta pull up the document. Okay, I was gonna ask Beryl last time, so.
Yeah, what have you got for me?
Okay. Which of your beliefs will divide our kingdom?
Oh, which of my beliefs?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God.
I mean, divide has 2 eyes.
Not a single double letter in Kingdom. Really disappointing.
Really.
But belief does have QE. So
I love to find a great bit early on and just do nothing else with the character, and then get to a question like, which of your beliefs will divide our kingdom, and realize, fuck, I don't know if Beryl has any beliefs.
Well, I mean, he believes in himself.
Beliefs. He believes in the people who speak the loudest should be the one that people listen to.
I mean, he expressed quite an attachment, like a belief in the beauty of the woods. I don't know
That's
if that
true.
counts enough for a sort of divided loyalty.
God. I mean, here's an opportunity to make up some completely new buckwild beliefs that Beryl has that we've never had to think about before. That I get to take moving forward, and I think that's going to be the most fertile soil for me here. So I think that it's like, God, what are divisive beliefs? God, because there's more than one layer to this, right? Because I not only have to think of beliefs that are divisive, but also beliefs that a person who is shit would have.
Often those are the most divisive ones, you know.
Oh God, can I just like I'm gonna do a little bit of like, yeah, no, it's like positions should go to the people with the most experience, right? So like he like inheritance laws. Inheritance goes to the eldest. Up to this point, the question that we do not know who the heir of Stormguard, like everyone has the heir of Stormguard, but they're all equal in that position, is like points to the fact that it isn't automatically going to the firstborn, you know? He would like to impose that strictly and formally from here on out in every, like, no, it's not the person who is best at the job does not fill the role. The person who has been there the longest fills the role.
Which of us has the heart to tell Beryl that he was not the firstborn?
Oh.
That feels like a Jebriquet kind of thing.
That has Jebriquet's name written all over it.
Just licking the pencil and writing in the little notebook, just like.
Oh. Yeah. I guess we hadn't established that Beryl was the oldest, eh? Oh, well, that wouldn't apply to me.
He was the favorite.
It was only that he was the favorite. And me, as the eldest child, assumed that meant that they were the
That's so funny.
Good.
Eldest children are the favorite, and I am completely unbiased as an oldest child.
Yeah, ditto.
There's a good chance that my sister is actually Mum's favorite, I reckon. But I'm only saying that because I know that she's never ever going to see this.
Now I am curious though, Margaret. Were you saying that as kind of like a theoretical thing, or are you an eldest as well?
I am also an eldest child.
Is this a stream full of eldest? I don't want to like call you out, Hugh.
I'm not the eldest, no.
Ah, fuck.
Sorry.
Oh, well.
It's alright, we've got a majority. We can take them.
And we know that you live somewhere in the Pacific Northwest, and that's enough.
Yeah. Come find me. Meet me in the fucking street. Let's go. Shirks off, idiot. Come on.
Nice. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with that. Sure, because I don't have anything else, and we need to keep moving. So let's just go with that.
That's very good.
Like changing inheritance laws and succession laws and stuff.
I've got a question.
Mhm.
I have got a question for... Oh, I asked Jebberkate last time. Okay, so then I'll ask this question to Karvina.
Mhm.
Karvina, what were the failings of the previous ruler?
The previous ruler, our dear departed mama, had the interests of the people in mind, and that was good, and that was noble. Wait, but she never thought about all of the people that weren't yet part of Stormguard, all of the people that we could help, that we could improve just by giving them the pride that we have as being part of Stormguard.
By kind of going in and just making everyone else part of Stormguard, putting some flags up, that kind of thing.
Yes.
Yeah, perfect.
Exactly.
Okay.
I mean, she's angling for expansion into Hall of the Woods, and not just because it gets potentially barreled off the table.
He is very drunk. He should really get down. He might have fallen and hurt himself.
Yeah.
But he's a great dancer, though. Didn't know that about barrels until now.
Okay. I have one for Vinther.
Yeah.
What do you owe me?
What do I owe you, Jeffrey? Okay.
Oh man.
I mean, at least one Fabergé hot dog. No.
They tried to eat one.
No, worse is they succeeded in eating one.
Oh.
Well, I mean, we put gold flakes on everything else. I thought we could. I just thought it was a very elaborate presentation of a hot dog. There was real bread.
Crunch.
All right. This is hard because I'm thinking of like abstract things or maybe tangible things.
What was the question again? Sorry.
What do you owe me?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Cool. So I'm just picking my question up here to make sure I'm not doubling up. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that I owe you respect. Or I think like some kind of like something that like sort of amounts to the idea of like I feel like I should look up to you. I think that Vinther really believes that Jebberkay knows how to get things done. In a way that Vinther has never felt like they were able to do. So I think that they resent Jebberkay for that, but they feel as though they owe that respect for, getting things done.
Yeah,
No, I can swear on Twitch. What am I doing? Getting shit done.
Crash.
So I think that leaves me, doesn't it? And I need to ask a question to Jebrake.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Jebrake slams you on the back too hard, and you have to, and there's like a moment before you realize that you need to wince.
Yes, totally. Yeah.
Like sitting out on like a veranda on one of those like swings that hang on the chains, the benches that swing and hanging benches. Yes, those are the words. On a hanging bench, on the veranda, looking out over the forest. I'm no fool. Everybody takes me for a fool. Just because I only just learned how to read doesn't mean I can't see the writing on the wall.
You just can't read it.
I just can't.
You can see it, but you can't read it.
I can read most of the words.
Only the ones with double letters.
They just catch my eye, you know. But I can see what you're all doing here, trying to lead me off into the woods, and I still think I would do a damn fine job of running 2 kingdoms. I think I could make something of this place, definitely for sure. But well, you are always so sharp, so conniving, and so very good at dealing with people. If I put my support behind you, well, I hate to put it in such a unforgiving phrase, but well, what's in it for me?
I think the smile that plays across Jabrike here is subtle to start. Barreled. I am sorry that we take you for a fool. It's because you're the favorite, and we the 3 of us, we kind of have to, we snipe at you to kind of tear that down. I know
you do all gang up on me.
we do, and that's not fair. But I know that you are also a jealous person, and I know that Vintha has the freedom from that responsibility. I can give you that. I am just offering you the opportunity to lay down the load, and that's what's in it for you. If you support me, you get to be free of all this baggage. 2 Gs, yes. Baggage. 3 Gs. Yes. There's a 3rd G in that one. Maybe.
You make me carry a lot of suitcases.
And I would love for you to, more than I would love for you to bring your specific skill set and capacity to rule to these woods. I'd love for you to get to just sit on this bench and put your feet up and enjoy. Let me get you another glass of the wine there. Let me get you just sit and enjoy and just be free. Barreled. Doesn't that sound great to you?
And it's like a shot from behind the 2 of them looking out over the forest at the lake, the setting sun, the light of the setting sun glistening on the lake, like, yeah, mountains in the distance, and a tree goes does sound bloody lovely.
Could be yours.
And lovely does have 2 L's. Yeah, cool. So, we're just going to grab the raven and move it onto Mistwood then.
I think we're going to jump over Mistwood to Barleytown, actually.
You bastard.
Sorry. We're going to...
Are we going back to Castle Stormguard?
Well, We can go. What I think in the rules, what it's pitched as is like you do the 4 settlements, so like Barley Town and then back to the castle.
Oh, it does say that, doesn't it?
If we do that, we might need to skip a break and just kind of power through. So I don't know how comfortable people are with that, or if you want to jump to the. We could also jump to the castle and do the like deciding and scenes that like play out after the coronation.
I think that's probably the better call to skip Barley Town.
Yep. Okay.
In terms of like doing scenes at Stormguard, but then also we've got to do the petty decision.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
It.
So should we if we pop the crown on Stormguard, we will take a 5-minute break and discuss what we think the best, most petty method of deciding who gets the crown is. If you're in chat and you want to suggest something extremely stupid, if you're in chat and you'd love to vote for Gibrique, for instance, to be the king, which is the right choice, you can just write there in the chat Gibrique for crown, and that's the right decision to make.
This is not a democracy.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a democracy, but I will say you vote for Vinther, gondolas for everybody.
But not just the gondola part? Do you have to pay extra to get the balloon?
I think you and
have to pay
I
for the
have a different
cables.
understanding of what a gondola is.
The gondola is the part underneath the airship, isn't it?
It's also kind of like a ski lift.
I'm thinking of like a ski gondola in which there's a wire and then sort of like a cage here. Allow me to.
Yeah, no, okay. Yeah. I thought you were just
making,
I thought that you were just making a callback to. Were you not building was that the whole plan instead of a train?
When you said bringing a boat on board, I realized which kind of gondola you were thinking of, but it was so barreled that you would not know. No, it's like, just string a ship between 2 bits of string and send it back and forth. It's fine.
I assumed you meant like a gondola under an airship. You were going to replace the trains with airships.
No. This is like a glorified ski lift.
Yeah, okay. That's much worse than airships. I thought you were talking about airships, with the balloons. Balloon has...
No. I mean, airships can crash, but gondolas... Dirty cable?
That's why I thought it was
crashed together.
That's why I thought it was so funny that you were saying that you couldn't possibly have an airship accident.
Good.
Like, obviously you can't ever have an airship accident. Duh. Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I think a gondola might just be anything that's suspended by. So there is definitely I guess I've never heard of it as a gondola from an airship. Huh.
The gondolas in Venice are very famously suspended from the atmosphere into the water.
Oh my god.
And they take you skiing too.
This is the perfect conversation on which to begin our break.
Okay.
Leave everybody
on track and on time.
Okay.
We need to take a break, energy.
Yes, let's take a break. We'll discuss, take 5 minutes, and meet back on stream in around 5 minutes to crown Gibrique.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Are you changing your first name, Gibrique?
To what?
Crown. Sorry, I did not mean to do your joke, Mitchell.
Or two crown. Two crown.
Better when somebody else delivers the punchline.
Thank you to for
Yeah.
throwing up Merriam-Webster gondola on stream. I really appreciate it.
A railroad car. That's so good. Lofty, you're doing this job well enough to be paid for it.
Agreed.
I
Okay.
can't see the stream. Are we
I
on
don't
break?
We're
think
not on break.
We are
we're
not.
break
Oh,
yet.
okay.
We're still on bullshit.
Sorry, everyone.
Unfortunately, all of our bullshit is still being.
Live on
No,
the
that's
internet.
good. I just need to know when I can take my headphones off because they are pinching my ears.
Yeah.
There we go. We're back, baby. No, we're not back.
We're so almost back, but I think we're back. Look at that. Perfect. Okay, we are back. We are back for the last 40 minutes of this. Oh no, you know what, y'all? I was so ready to call out when there were 69 hours left of this stream, and I fucked it up.
Oh
Damn.
no!
I'm so sorry, everyone. You know,
You
that's a
had
failure on
one
me. I had
job!
one job.
That is
Oh,
decidedly
You couldn't put
not
an alarm on your phone or something?
God, y'all. I'm muting. I'm done. We're done here.
God
Fucking
damn
wrap
it.
it up, everyone.
Okay, well
well,
now
just
we know who's
shut it all-
not going to
Cancel.
be.
Shut it all down. Start the
Shut it
stream
all
again.
down. We'll start it again tomorrow.
It was a good try. It was a good dry run, but man, that was not very nice. Ayo.
Mhm.
Ugh.
Man, oh man.
Okay. We're gonna do 2 more questions because two people did not get to ask questions of other people. So Kai owes a question to Jabrike, and Beryl. Sorry, I've combined. Who is Mitchell? You have become Beryl so fully. The
I was
method
barreled
acting.
all over. Barreled. Awesome.
Has not asked a question of Winther, excuse me. Vinther with a V.
We got the V.
Like
Vinther.
overall.
Come on,
Okay.
get it
so
right. I know I'm
See,
the
I-
littlest.
I wanted to ask a question of Vinther last round, but somebody cut me off at the pass.
I'm sorry, then I would have had to ask myself a question. So.
Yeah, that's fair. Am I going first?
If you've got one, you can. Otherwise, I am ready.
Okay, you go first then.
Okay. Jabrike. Jabrike. Dang, I just had it in front of my eyes. How would you betray the trust of your subjects?
Have you listened to the rest of the stream?
Mm-hmm. I just want to hear it.
Just lay it all out.
From your own mouth.
Privatizing railroads, lying
about that one.
injuries, just generally ensuring that I come out on top, regardless of who gets hurt, what it costs, how many Fabergé hot dogs the people will have to pay for. Just generally being a real scheming little shitheel, and yeah.
Would you say like by unrelentingly placing yourself first?
That's a very succinct way of putting it. Yes.
Okay. Very good.
Well, it's the expression like what's good for the goose. It's like what's good for the ruler of Stormguard is good for the people. And you can't, if there's one thing that scumbags are really good at doing, it's co-opting language. So let's co-opt the language that says like, hey, don't forget to set boundaries and prioritize yourself and care for yourself first so you can help care for other people, and just ignore that second part, and just make sure to always be filling my own cup and no one else's.
Cup full of hot dog. I'm sorry. Terrible joke. My humor's only gone downhill.
So get ready for another terrible joke. Vinther, I had somebody else write down this question for me, and I'm going to ask it for. I'm going to and it says here, which of our allies will you? This is a long word. It's got letters in. Which of our allies will you ostracize? Yes.
That's when you're as
allies-
big as an ostrich. You
Which
ostracize.
of our allies will you ostracize?
Ooh, that's good. Let me take a look at the map.
Big gondola? Is it Big Gondola?
The airship manufacturers.
Who are so confused as to why
All of
you're
the
building a
people
ski
involved
lift.
in
They were ready.
like everybody in the train industry.
Just
And
trains.
and all of those little boat roller guys.
Yeah. Um. Yeah, I think. I mean, I don't want to step on Krevena's toes here and the whole Imperial mission, but I think her ostracize is not gonna work for imperialism now, is it? I mean, I guess. You know what? Screw it. It is Big Train. I'm gonna ostracize Big Train.
Just one real big train.
Oh,
Double-decker train. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no. I do like okay, double okay. This is what happens when you stay up a little past your bedtime to play games. What was I saying? Oh yes. I think it is like I think that Vinther has really gotten it into their head that trains are dangerous. And so Vinther really is no more trains. No more trains. Outlawing trains. Ostracized.
Trains
Amazing.
don't kill people. People kill people with trains.
With trains kill people.
That train killed no one.
Yeah, sorry, that is a cat very much on stream. I believe it's one of the ones here, but
Yeah, my cat is asleep, so she's actually not making any noise.
yeah. Well, in that case, if we're going for the voice of the people, and who is more the people than the cat, it sounds like I am getting the thumb paw print of approval from Kit here that Shibrike should move right on up to
I don't
leadership.
know though. That's definitely right there, like in your own home. See, I'm out in the wild among the actual people on my balcony, and I have been very closely approached by an actual bird, like a wild bird of the people. It was within just over one full body length within me, or within my reach. So, kind of feels like a divine blessing.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of blessings, my cat has cleaned my fingers for the ceremonial ring bestowal.
Lubricated the thing.
Yeah, they were literally wet earlier, so.
I mean, I do just want to point out. I want to come back to that, but I do want to point out that one bird, such as a magpie or a crow, that's one for sorrow. That's a bad omen. So I don't know that we can take bird as good indicator that you should be leading.
No, it's all good. It's a dove. Peace as peace.
That's just a pigeon. That's vermin. That's disease spreading vermin.
Hey, pigeon's dirty, my guy.
Listen,
pigeons loved us for centuries. And then as soon as electronic messaging comes online, we turf them out on the street. We let them eat garbage, which ruins them and fills them full of parasites. And then we go, no, you're vermin now. No, we did them dirty. They were beloved centuries.
One second. I do need to put this bird up on stream so that everyone look up this bird, because this bird is being slandered. This is a beautiful dove.
Give me.
Is it an oriental turtle dove?
It is, and they're very pretty. The other thing it might be is the something with a checker neck or something.
These are pretty.
Oh, this is a pretty bird. Wow. Okay.
I mean, sure. Oh, sorry. It's called a spotted dove. Is the other possibility it could have been, but like this slander. These are not trash birds. Do they fill the same role as a
Trash bird.
pigeon? Maybe, but they look so good doing it, and that's honestly what Ravina brings to the table.
I mean, columbiformes are great, and like that whole family of, stout-bodied, short-necked, slender-billed birds that mostly eat seeds, fruits, and plants are great, and I love them all. But are we just making cases for which of our? Oh no, those two birds are doing things that are not safe for the stream.
It's cloaca time, baby.
I mean, we're so I'm not able to look at the actual like stream chat history. Were there any compelling pet?
I mean, I do have animals, but they're all underwater.
7 dogs.
They're all underwater animals, so they're not super conducive to like stream.
You've been drowning animals? Holy shit! You hear that, everyone? That is not. That's psychopath behavior. We cannot let someone like that rule a kingdom.
I have a turtle and 2 fish. And the turtle is trying to participate, but as close as they can get is like the nearest corner of their tank, so it's not doing much. I would like to make a case, an actual case, to the people on behalf of Beryl, speaking as Mitchell. And I did make it in chat, but just to reiterate, like Beryl would be the best at being the king because he would be the worst at being the king, and would as such be almost required to be little more than a figurehead king, so that somebody who is actually fit for the job can do the work.
He would be so biddable.
Of governance. Like, you just got to put a proposal in front of him that has enough double letters in it, and he will sign it, and it'll be great. And everything that needs to be done for the people will get done, and it'll be fine.
I did also wonder, but I think my my phone set off an alarm and cut me off. Hugh, did you have, like, as the writer of this song, did you have petty?
Let's just say that my finger is already on my nose, so I've actually already won. Yeah, sorry everyone. Jabrike wins. I do ascend to the throne. This for those of you listening, the rules for this game stipulate that upon arriving back into Stormguard, use the pettiest available method to randomly decide who will ascend to the throne. The meritocracy has always been a lie. And we just really wanted to just reinforce that with the rules of this game.
Oh, but do we do out of character, oldest to youngest, just like Beryl said?
Oh.
I'm sort of confident I could win it, but I guess I don't want to actually go through the numbers.
We can just random number generator if we want.
Well, we know that it would be great. Here's the thing that I would love about this: it'd be great if it would be great if Vinter won. If we did random number generator.
Listen, Vinter is the liberal future we all dream of.
Christ.
Jesus. I need to stop eating cheese before I go to bed then.
Truly hellish.
And I do mean that in the most political science-y international relations sense of the word.
We can do rock, paper, scissors. Just let me all know first which one you pick, and then I'll let you know what my one is that I picked.
I've gone for dynamite.
I chose gun.
I made a little rabbit.
And how shall you beat that?
Oh, it's
Okay.
cute. People like them, and it's apparently about animals now. So, you know that rabbits don't have little beans; they've got little fluffy toes.
Ew.
Do we want to roll the dice and see who gets the highest number?
That sounds fun. It is a game with no dice, and it would be nice to use a die.
Yeah.
I mean,
Wow.
I guess it has one, but
It's incredible.
There should be
But we
one on
have-
stream, right? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Who would like to roll first?
I can go.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look at that! Barreled with a 6.
oh no, I don't see it. Oh wait, because I'm on the wrong scroll. Ooh. Okay.
How do I roll this dice?
You press F.
Right-click.
Oh.
Oh, I press F. Oh. Ugh.
I think I need a designated roller.
Okay.
Was that mine?
Yes.
Damn.
All right. Here we go. This one's for all the marbles. Wait. Oh, yes.
So we've got 2 sets of ties.
Yep.
Hey, Mitchell, just real quickly, can you roll that again for me?
I can. You want me to roll the dice again?
Yeah,
Roll the
just
dice
love
again?
if you could just roll that one again for me.
Let's roll it again, shall I?
Yeah.
Wait. Is that a cheat then?
Hang on.
Yeah, it looks like you're not rolling. There we go. Oh, interesting. Yeah, okay. Let me just, I just have a suspicion. Okay. I'm going to be honest. This to me is...
The audience at home. Do you want to tell Hugh what I'm? Do you want to tell Hugh, the dear listeners at home, the shenanigans that we're with this dice?
If you right-click on this dice, in addition to the option of roll, there is just set the face to whatever number you like. And when I right-clicked the dice to see and saw that, I realized the trick that had been played by Barreled.
Shouldn't have said you right-click, should I?
And yeah, you shouldn't have mentioned the right-click. You should have hit F. Personally, this to me does lead to the Barreled public figure and Jabrike power behind the throne. Suggested, but I don't want to. It's very funny to me that the option to cheat was right there.
And it's like the most in character thing for Beryl to do is go, how does this work? Oh, you cheat, you see.
You just put the dice 6 up.
Yeah. Obviously.
Very Vinther to not even check.
Oh.
Be like, well, these are the rules.
Those are the rules.
Yeah, the rules are that you cheat. It's the oldest
And you know
in the
what?
book.
It fits so perfectly that that's how Kravina got burned, is because she's like, make someone else do it.
You mean I have to pick them up with my hands? I don't have my dice rolling gloves.
And I will not change gloves in front of people.
Yeah.
And I simply can't use my we're in Stormguard. My castle gloves to do dice rolling. That's a terrible idea.
And he might gamble
Sounds like we've got our storm sovereigns.
We've got our yeah. Oh God, that was such a good way to. Oh yes, love that.
Extremely silly. So now what? Let me see.
So now we can do like a quick little epilogues of everyone showing the fallout of the announcement that Barreled will be rising to power. Wink.
Obviously, yeah. Oh God. Yeah, and Jabrike is like the administrator whenever Beryl goes for like long outings to the woods. You know.
A real Gophers president, you know.
Oh God. Fuck. I don't know. Do you know this about is Australian news is not going to be known by a lot of people. Friggin' every single time there's a huge debacle, turns out that our prime minister was like overseas the whole time or something. You know, they're just like the start of 2019 when most of the east coast of Australia was on fire. Our prime minister was in Hawaii.
I do remember
Oh my
that.
gosh.
That I do remember.
He's had similar debacles like 3 times since.
Listen, he's just a citizen of the world. He's got to get out there.
Yep.
Gross.
Yeah. ScoMo sucks.
I think I have an idea for my scene.
Please.
I think Outpost seems to belong to the other one. Maybe it's Tomb of the Storm King. And I would like to be down there chit-chatting with I think it's gotta be Jabrike. Jabrike. So there's just like torches, and it is a very cavernous kind of place. So like there's just like shadows wavering, and I think if it's fine with you, it's got to be the kind of thing where she's like, you get a message, like a little messenger runs up and is like, Krevina wants to see you in the Tomb of the Storm King, and so like she's standing there, kind of like pondering when you walk up, and she says, "Well played, Jabrike. Well played."
I can't even begin to imagine what you're implying here.
Oh, come now. We know who the power behind the throne is going to be. Very clever of you to keep Beryl here.
There's a great piece of advice I once got told, which is it's find a wall to stand behind. It's really
Cowardly, yes. Well, I will stand behind no walls. I will take my leave after our darling brother's coronation. I think the sea calls to me. Estalia was a marvelous time.
You don't want to leave a combustible present or anything like that for Beryl? I thought that was kind of your playbook.
I have, and she like looks at she does, instead of like the arms out fingernail check, she does the one like where your hand is folded over, and she's like, I have no idea what you mean. I will be working to further the influence of Stormguard wherever I go. But like I said, Dahlia, it's a great place to be.
Well, just be careful, my dear. You may find that a short fuse is a difficult thing to bring to diplomatic relations.
I don't need diplomacy, and I think she just kind of like spins on her heel and walks off. The short fuse. This is out of character. That's very funny.
Perfect. Vintha?
Yeah. I think I don't want to pull you in back-to-back scenes, but I don't think that Vinther and Krevina have had a scene together.
So
Incredible.
So I think Vinther invites Kravina to tea. It's 2 sugars, right? Yeah. In your tea, Kravina?
Oh, sorry.
You're good.
Just one. Just one.
Just one. Okay, yeah. Well, so
2 sugars is for celebration, and a coronation is solemn. You will learn that.
yeah, I mean, I guess we always knew it would be barrels because
It
but-
is the favorite. I like to imagine we say that
Exactly.
in unison.
yeah, in unison, yeah. I just was.
Sorry, did the mic? Is my audio okay?
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
not
you're
getting
good.
any Margaret.
Okay.
Oh, you're not getting any of me?
No.
Mm-mm.
Oh no. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
You're fine now.
Okay. Oh, what was I saying? I was saying, I mean, I know, that I wasn't really, I was the littlest and whatnot, but I guess I just don't know what to do next. And, barreled and Barrel's got, Barrel's got Jibber K.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought maybe, if you need it, you're off to do stuff and
Off to
that's what I
Estalia,
heard.
and she has a sip of the tea.
Mhm. I thought maybe, I'm good with numbers and I've got my gondola missions. I thought maybe
You do have, when you brought that up, I thought, how visionary, how like your older sister to come up with something so clever. I do have some ideas. Why don't you come with me to Estalia after the coronation and see how your gondola develops with a little bit of mentorship.
think so. Yeah. I was thinking maybe, if you're, Barrel can't be everywhere, and if we're looking to expand,
Of course,
I think that I've always been, Jibber K is the best at talking, but I'm the second best.
Oh, yes, second best means that there's room to improve.
Yeah, and we might need, you've got your visions and I've got my people skills, and together I think, we can carve out a little something for ourselves, maybe.
She leans forward and she does a little bit of that condescending finger wag, and she's like, for Stormguard. For Stormguard.
Yes. Well, we are but extensions of Stormguard, so.
That is well put. And she does a little cheers with her tea.
Yeah. Clink.
Nice. Mitchell, you want to take us home?
Yeah, okay. So I think it's pretty simple, really. See, I'm going to move the crown symbol over because now I'm the king. So over to the Hall of Knights. Mm-hmm.
The best.
And it's like the closing scene for everything is just like Beryl's all decked out. He's got his crown on. He's got all of his finery on. The big the big puffy shirt, the cape, the red cape with the ermine, trailing on the ground behind him, and he's just like doing the big, you know the big walk that toddlers do when they're like king shit.
Mm-hmm.
And pumping the arms up really high, just chortling and big belly laughing, walking down the hall and big clanking high fives to all of the knights as he goes past all the knights in the Hall of Knights. Oh, isn't it good to be the king? Oh, aren't I just the best?
So good.
Extremely good.
Big belly laughs. Isn't it good to be the king?
Amazing. And with that, we will bring a close to this game of Full of Magic. Thank you all so much for playing. This was so much fun. I appreciate getting to play this game with y'all.
You know what we didn't have?
What's
Sorry,
that?
no, go ahead.
No,
We
please.
didn't have any paintball duels.
Oh.
No, we didn't.
Oh.
That's a missed
Yeah,
opportunity.
but you know
right
what we did have? We had a picture of a gold-plated AK-47 on just the
You know
minimum
what?
of $100 bills.
You're so right. You're so right, Kai. I should look on the bright side.
Yeah, very, very golden bright.
Amazing. All right. I would like to shout out Ross Kalman one more time, the designer of Full of Magic. And also shout out Jude Wasserman as well. The two of them who work at Hearted Unicorn were really generous and gave us 4 digital copies of Full of Magic for our raffle, which again, if you donate and click a little box saying enter me in the raffle, there's a chance to win, you said more than 20 prizes? 25 prizes? A bunch of cool games.
25 or I will have to check.
Okay, perfect. You can find Ross on Twitter at Ross Kalman, and the studio is Heart of the Deernicorn. Keep your eyes open for City of Winter. It looks so good, and I want to play it. Thank you, Mitchell, Margaret, and Kai for playing, telling fun stories. Thank you, Lofty, for doing tech support.
And being so active in the chat.
Oh
too.
my god, so on top of
yes.
things. Holy wow.
There was a lot of very fun chat participation, and I'm bummed I wasn't able to focus on it very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Remus, for doing chat mod for the first half. Thank you, Atlas, for making this super fun game with me. Thanks to everyone at Roll Plus Bond and all the aforementioned mods. And thank you, audience, for joining us. Please don't forget to check out blackandpink.org. You can give what you can, donate to them at donate.rollplusbond.com. And on top of that, you should maybe consider, if you can, think about like long-term donations to vital causes. Just like small amounts every month, like really add up. It's really easy to like give one big thing and then like forget about it. But like often, if you just do a little bit every month, that's kind of more useful in the long term.
Oh, and also, Hugh, if I could.
Yeah, please.
If Black and Pink is one that specifically like calls out to you or like is like really like hitting you where you are, they have a lot of 11. They have 11 different chapters around the U.S. So that's worth looking into.
Yeah, totally. Up next, we're going to be jumping to Orbital Blues for some sad cosmic cowboy goodness. So if you are watching the stream, you should stick around for that. Do you all want
for cowboys in space?
Space cowboys. Some people call me the space cowboy. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do y'all wanna say goodbye? Just sign off one more time. Give us your Twitters and whatever if you want to do that, and not if you don't.
I think it was Margaret
sure.
that didn't want to, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it was me. I've got a different plug, don't you worry.
Nice.
Go for it.
Yes. I've been Margaret. I would prefer you don't find me on the internet, but I would like you to please look at this picture of my cat. If we could
I think it's been on stream the whole time.
Wearing the crown. Yeah.
That is what I would like you to do. If you enjoyed Vinther at all, or anything
Follow
I
Margaret's
said,
cat.
support my cat in all of her endeavors from afar.
She needs treats and peanut butter, don't they?
Yeah. She's had her treats for today. She is on a diet. I don't know if we can give cats peanut butter.
Oh, you can give it peanut butter once, at least.
Oh my god.
Jeez.
Sorry. Whoops.
Mitchell, how about you go?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna Google cats and peanut butter right now to make sure I didn't say bad things.
I think she's probably fine. She was trying to eat my toast. That was really the problem.
It's not ideal for cats, but they can have it.
There you go.
But if it has xylitol, then it could be bad.
Oh my god. Okay.
Kai.
I'll do the quick sign off for me.
Okay. Sorry.
I'm Kai. I had an extremely fun time on this stream. I would apologize for Kravina, but she doesn't want to. And if you would like to follow me on Twitter, I don't really post that much, so probably don't bother. Actually,
Incredible. Oh, Mitchell.
G'day, I've been Mitchell. Thank you for facilitating and writing this sick hack for Fall of Magic. Like, I had missed the thing that this is based off. So, like, the idea of running hacks for Fall of Magic that use the same map but traversing it in different ways is very, very cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do stream. You can find me on. I'm being Dry Gold in the chat all this time. You can follow me at Dry Gold. And I would like to point out that Dry Gold has 2 Ds, you know.
wow! One at the beginning and one at the end.
Wow.
One at the beginning and it's
palindromic.
Like bookending.
Kind of
it's almost a palindrome.
It's not even close.
It's not even close, Barrowed. We've been over this so many times. I have been Hugh. Thank you so much for joining us. If you would like to check out this game that Atlas and I wrote, you can check it out on koboldtime.itch.io, as well as all of Atlas's super cool games. And I'm going to leave you with a final thought. If you are out protesting, and that can be in the streets or online, whatever that looks like for you, if you find yourself on the same side as flag-waving fascists, then you're probably protesting in favor of a fascist cause. And that will be the last thing I have to say tonight. Thank you again for joining us. Take care, and please stick around for the rest of the stream. We are going dark now. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.